Well, well, well. If it isn't wide cardiologist, thanks for the $5, as well as thick dentist. Speaking of, I'm getting a teeth cleaning next weekend, I think. No relation. So fucking big. Uriel's such a banger, regardless of how many times I hear. Yeah, it's hard to find a song that's like okay to play every time. That might get old, but this one's kind of nice with it. It's even harder to find one that doesn't get the MC8 every single time. So hey, shout out Atex. Appreciate you guys not having some robot that shoots people. Big bonjour. Yeah, that's it. So I started watching a YouTube video this morning. I'm just getting right into it. We're just getting right into it. I started watching a YouTube video this morning. And I just paused it. I watched probably 35 seconds of it. I just checked the timeline. And I'm like, I'm watching this on stream. I don't care. This will be hey, some bedtime watching here. As you're enjoying your breakfast banana nut mammoth, behold Autismo, the Autismo Factory. I'm here for it. I hope you are as well. Many of you may not know who Chris Wilson is. Some of you may know who Chris Wilson is. He made Path of Exile. You know, little Diablo 2 spiritual sequel that turned out to be literally more of a real sequel than Diablo 3 was. You know? Yeah, Wes Krilson. Exactly. And he has famously an extremely good Magic collection, like a very impressive one. But he's never showed it off. It just, you know, I used to be in misprint forums and Facebooks and stuff like that. And, you know, everybody hears about what's his name, the shoe guy and Samite Healer and all this other stuff. But Chris Wilson's name came up every once in a while. Rarely, but nobody had really seen it. And he has since retired from game development. He's no longer working on Path of Exile. He's just enjoying his retirement. And he made a YouTube channel. And every time and it's about game design and game development. But every time he posts a video, people are like, show us your Magic cards. And so he's like, okay, here you go. And whatever you think you're prepared for, you're not prepared. If the opening 30 seconds that I watched is any indication. I'm probably gonna make a YouTube video called I try to go band for band with Chris Wilson until I lose, and the video will be like 7 seconds long. It'll just be like the first screen he shows, and then I do the perfectly cut scream, boom, and just ends. Yo, HeyWoah, checking in before the football game starts. Please chant a +1 the wound for me. Have a big stream. Hey, thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Anyway, I'm just getting into it. Behold. Main screen turn on. All right.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson. Over the last few months, I've been making videos about game development and my experience from 17 years developing Path of Exile. But the emails I get from my fans all say, show us your Magic the Gathering cards. People in the Magic card community know me for my collection of original limited edition Alpha cards. But as much as I love Alpha...
Okay, so he has a complete set of Alpha. Not bad. Not bad. The casual start. Okay.
The cards that excite me the most are my land collection, which I've been working on for 22 years. And today, I'm going to show you a specific part of it. In Magic the Gathering, land cards are ones that can be tapped to yield mana.
Okay, these look pretty vibrant. These look pretty vibrant, don't they? Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, that's a lot of vibrancy, and the date is 1994. 1994. This is a... 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. 1994. This is a full collection of summer dual lands. I saw 2 of these go for sale a long time ago, namely the Tropical Island and I think one of the others. How much are we talking? 20,000 each 10 years ago.
A resource that you use to cast your spells. Almost every deck needs lands, making the good ones really sought after. I personally find the artwork and abilities of lands far more interesting than the entire rest of the game.
Can we keep a running total? All right, that's where I just stopped. I actually stopped there. I'm like, okay, he's got one of every dual land in Edgar, aka Summer. Yep, I'm watching the whole thing. Unsleeved? No. They were in perfect fits. Don't worry about it.
So one way I can show you my land collection is like this, basically going through every single printing of every land card in every language, in every edition, in every treatment. But I just
every land ever made in Magic. So first of all, every land ever printed, and also in every language and every treatment. Okay. The landlord. The landlord parenthetical positive.
decided I'd rather start somewhere with a lot more story behind it, and that's the
Yeah,
area
let's
of
start with more
misprints and
story
test
behind it.
prints. So let's start with misprints. What is a misprinted card? Well, if you've never opened a booster pack of Magic the Gathering before, I'll show you what the experience is meant to be like.
There's a beta booster pack. Oh, we're just opening a beta booster pack. He's like, hey, this is an example of what opening cards is like. Let's just open a beta booster. No big deal. Please. Like, people make videos called just opening a booster and beta, and he's like, I'll just show you. Oh, look at that lightning bolt, red elemental blast. Ew, that's a lot of land. Yikes. Okay, he got one of the big land packs. That's a lot of land. Counterspell. And demonic
As you can
attorney.
see, there's a very consistent level of card and print quality. The cards here are all well centered, they've got good surface, they're printed correctly. This is not the case for a lot of modern Magic cards.
Dude, that lightning
For
bolt,
example,
though.
if you opened a booster pack and you received one of these cards out of it, you'd probably be asking for your money back.
Okay.
But before you do so, it's important to understand that because these are a 1 in a million print error, they can actually be very valuable. And that's what misprints are. And I'd like to show you some today.
Here's summer duels, and I'll open a pack of beta.
Sometimes the misprints are rather subtle. For example, these are 2 printings of the same card, one of which is too light and one of which is too dark. The actual card would sit between those 2. This is a misprint that's consistent across all printings of the card. This is a German forest, but it has the plains art. And every time you find that card in that set, it's
I got one of those.
It's not so much a printing error as the...
There we go. I got one of those. See, chat? We're going band for band, baby.
card was printed, but when the sheet that was printed was designed by the developers. This one's a bit more subtle, but basically some cards have this authentication stamp at the bottom of them. This particular swamp doesn't, but in this case it's printed at the top. This is probably because the sheet was put in backwards into the printer and another card's stamp was printed in that position.
Sure, yeah.
Here's a card that has some water damage. Basically, some water got onto the sheet, making this pool, and then it was cut, so you can see the shape on this particular card. Now, sometimes you get an effect that's even more dramatic, like this, where you can see it's pulled across multiple cards.
Ooh, and he's got the connectors, extra swag. It also does that with foil, by the way.
And this particular example also shows that the printing is done in layers. After that eradicated all of the color, they then printed the black for the basic land text on top of it. This is a card that's been miscut, meaning that when the die comes down to cut the card out of the sheet, it's misaligned. Sometimes that's quite extreme. You can get cases like this where you get the same card split across 2 different cards. This Walls of Mist straddles both of these Ice Age cards. Now, people who buy sheets off the internet sometimes intentionally miscut them like this.
Absolutely disgusting. Well, who's the one who does that? It's not Shahar Shenhar. It was somebody else back in the day. But they would intentionally misprint stuff, and so it's not really a miscut.
That's rare or impossible to get a card like that from the factory, and so cards like this are usually called not factory cut
Yeah,
cards, and they're not usually considered
NFCs.
misprints. Sometimes cards come out way too dark or way too light. Who knows what went on with the printing process to get these? You sometimes get quite interesting situations where certain layers of the card are shifted. For example, here the text is all shifted down, and you can even see that the mana symbols are not sitting in front of the colored circles that they're meant to.
Yeah. Sweet.
This card has a lot of blue. I do not understand why. And likewise,
I've seen that
this
with
one
red
has
before.
some significant black ink all over it. You can barely read what it does. And sometimes you get that in lines like this across the card. So another type of error is a crimping error, and that's where the machine that crimps the booster packs by making the seal along them, you know, the bit that you can see on a pack like this, comes down in the wrong place and cuts the card. Oftentimes it doesn't fully cut the cards. You can see here there's the double crimp where it would normally break a pack there, and the two packs that are being crimped would be there.
Yeah. You very often see that on the top or the bottom,
which goes
most
along
often
the card in the other direction.
Just because it's a little off instead of being way off like those. This is a particularly interesting
misprint because you can see the magic card back. This shape here is printed on top of the front of the card.
It's very light on the camera, but I can see it. If you look up here, you can see the blue there. Okay, I get you.
On top of the front.
I don't think he's trying to pull one over on us.
So sometimes you get this effect where there's kind of a ghosting. The text is blurry,
yeah,
and that's because
printed.
the text has been double printed.
Yeah.
As a comparison, you can see here for these two cards, this is a normal position.
As a comparison, here's two Bazaar of Baghdad. Okay. As a comparison, first I'm going to show you a polluted Meyer, and then, oh, here's a double printed Bazaar of Baghdad. And then here's a normal one.
Crisp, yeah, this is a double printed one, but the text is printed twice, very close to itself. I don't know if I can catch it on camera.
No, I can see it. I can tell.
I don't think that's going to focus.
As a comparison, let me show you this.
All right.
This guy's got a sense of humor.
Sometimes you get multiple misprints combined into one. For example, this is a card here that, as you can see, is double printed, it's ghostly. It's also been miscut quite dramatically, but the back is normal.
Oh, so
when the back is normal
not a
and
miscut,
the rest is
it's a misprint.
it means that the sheet has been actually misprinted rather than miscut. So the front of the card is in the wrong place relative to where it should be for the back of the card.
Yeah.
Here's a couple of cards that are quite interesting. They've got texture on them. So you can see here, this shape here, you can actually feel with your finger as a ribbed portion of the card, and the same there.
I've seen that before.
And this is because there's kind of like a foil layer which has the ability to get air stuck underneath it for these two foil cards.
Once a long time ago, I was trying to buy a Blight Steel Colossus that had that curl to it, that texture, except before they put the foiling over it, a fly landed on the card, and it entombed the fly on the Blight Steel Colossus. You could see the bump for it, and it was entombed there forever. And I couldn't get it from the guy, but it was one of the cooler misprints I've ever seen. And it had that same extra area underneath the foiling process. It would have been cooler if it was entombed, but entombed doesn't come in foil, or at least it didn't back then. It was a Blight Steel Colossus, which still has Infect, so it's a little bit of a fourth Wally thing, you know?
This Underground Sea has a subtle print error. Basically, this corner here is square. The die is normally meant to be like this. And so that takes a revised Underground Sea that, you know, is worth a reasonable amount of money and makes it quite a lot more special because of the square
reasonable
corner.
amount of money.
This card ostensibly has nothing wrong with it at first glance, but when you look on the back, you can see that the back is flipped upside down. So that's a case of putting the entire sheet in backwards. This one's very interesting. It looks like it's missing a corner, but when you have a look, you can see that the card includes
and then
a whole
they got the
portion
test
of the corner
colors on
of
the
sheet
side
that's been folded over, and so you get this ridiculous.
Also, you see this little dot here. It's actually not a dot of white. It's a circle of white with a little bit of black in the middle, and that's what they use to line up the cutters, which in this exact respect clearly did not work.
You get this ridiculous effect like that. And so that's how the edge of a magic card sheet looks. This card has an albino front. Basically, it's a normal magic card, but there was something that
Cool.
went significantly wrong with the amount of color ink that was used on it. And that's in comparison to
Albinos
this
are
card
really
here,
hard to find.
which has an albino back.
Well, they're not really hard to find, but it's hard to parse through
an entire sheet,
sun bleaching. Because you could just sun bleach them, and you have to...
This one is
watch
moderately
out for that.
subtle. Basically, this is the Happy Holidays card for 2014.
Oh, it doesn't have that printed on it.
A silver border card, which Wizards sent out to celebrate the holidays to various people. And there's meant to be a gold stamp here that says Happy Holidays 2014.
You can kind of see it.
And I'm not sure if you can see on the camera,
No,
but
you
basically,
can. Yeah.
there's just the embossed marking of it without actually having the gold stamp.
Yeah, cool.
So here's another example of a card. This is a pre-release card, which is meant to have the gold stamp down there, and it's been shifted up there. So basically, the stamping process has put it in the wrong place.
Is
and
that
this
still in
particular
its...
one is still within its pre-release
still in
pack.
its
Basically,
thing?
when you
Cool.
attend a pre-release event, they give you a special rare card in a pack, or at least they used to. And in this case, the stamp was done incorrectly. Here's another pre-release card in a pack, and this one's particularly interesting. So these particular cards have a mechanic that while you're playing them, you get to flip them over, in this case into a land, which is why it counts for my land collection. And these particular Portuguese ones flip into the wrong card. So down the bottom here, this one says card number 107.
Yeah, so that's supposed to flip into the treasure land, Tellarian, but it flips into the green-blue double power and toughness one.
You flip it over,
and
it
it's
goes
still in
into
the thing. Cool.
158. And so these are ones where the back and the front are misaligned with each other, as in the wrong backs used for the wrong fronts. These are cards you shouldn't expect to find in booster packs, but occasionally do. Essentially, it's where...
I haven't seen one this new before. I've seen the X's and the ones you're not supposed to get, but this giant bold void, they must do that for the newer cards. It's not the same as the older ones. Interesting. I didn't know they switched that up. Very void. You're supposed to be able to see that.
Have specific slots on the sheet that they don't want to actually print cards in, so they put void or X cards in those places, and the idea is that those don't get put into booster packs. But sometimes you find them because of manual human error that's occurred. So this is a card that's been double printed on the front. It's a Ebon Fortress and a...
Ebon Stronghold.
Sorry, it's an Ebon Stronghold and an Elven Fortress from Fallen Empires.
Cool.
Overlaid on top of each other, but otherwise is a normal magic card.
The double printings, depending on randomly what cards there are on it, can sort of the sky's the limit on some of those. I saw a Brainstorm a long time ago that had a Brainstorm and some other card printed on top of it. And any like playable card is going to be hugely more expensive that way.
I actually have the original art of Ebon Fortress.
Oh, do you? Oh,
this
do
is
you?
Another double printed.
I actually have the original art for this card. No big deal. Valakut, Lysime, and Fusion. And it's double printed.
Card, but in this case it's French and English for the same card. So Valakut, the molten
French and
pinnacle,
English. Cool. It must have been the transition
French
sheet.
and English, is it? This is... Nope, that is French and English.
Yeah. Votre.
So the French one is on top, English is underneath.
Cool. French and
Here's
English.
a few more of these double printed cards. Now this set called Jumpstart, the original printing of it had a lot of stuff like this.
Jumpstart quality control was terrible.
Basically, we have just two different cards printed with different intensities. You're getting all this black stuff along here that's been offset and shifted. Who knows what's going on with that process? Some of the Jumpstart cards look like this. Where this is like a mountain and a forest printed on top of each other, creating this really cool kind of dual land.
Dude, nice Tega.
In a similar vein, a gentleman online opened a set of Commander and found cards like this, which were double printed, including a magic back. So in this case, for example, this is a forest with a magic back, and this one is the Celestia Sanctuary with the magic back. But when you flip them over,
and it's like that on the back
more double
too.
printing going
Awesome.
on. So both the front and the back are double printed.
And it's the whole Commander deck like that. Interesting.
These cards are interesting. So this is a Swamp, a Goblin Burrows, and a Temple of the False God.
Sure.
At first glance, they look completely normal. But when you flip them over, you see that they are actually Harry Potter cards.
Oh, yeah.
And these were cards found in Harry Potter booster packs, which were printed at the same factory as Magic cards for a while. And so people found Magic cards in their packs, which upset them.
I think there's bicycle playing cards that are like that as well.
Keen to get their hands on those. Some of my favorite misprints are these older albino Urza lands here. And so these have been incredibly hard for me to track down. And if you have any like this from the Urza Land Cycle, I would love to acquire them.
I
So
do not.
essentially, these are cards where it's not that the card is sun faded, like you can stick a card in ultraviolet and it goes white like this, but in this case, the black is still really stark. This is the
Yeah.
case of there being basically no color ink available. And it's really cool when you get a misprint like this to try to track down others like it, because there's theoretically a whole sheet of them available.
Right. That's the thing with a lot of misprints, is that if there's one in such a way, you know there's at least one sheet like it.
This is a bit of a crazy card. So essentially,
Oh, cool,
the
yeah. I've seen
special
something like that
stamp that they
before.
put down here is made out of a special type of sticker that they apply, and it comes in these sheets here. And so this particular pre-release, I believe, simplified Chinese card has entire sheets of that stamp just sticking to it, kind of showing the process that they're using internally at the factory. This misprint is just nuts.
Jeez.
I don't know what happened with that card. That's just a very strange one. I like oddball ones like this that I've never seen other copies of.
It's like it got blasted.
This mountain is weird, and if you're looking for a single mountain to put in like a commander deck or something, that's the kind of thing that just really stands out.
True.
All right, so next up we have, so this is a non-misprinted Guru Land, and it looks like just a regular basic island, and that's because it is.
Yeah, for
and it has this
reference,
special
here's a
symbol here, which is
non-misprinted
like one of
Guru
those
Land.
academic caps. You know, when you graduate from university, you put your flat cap on. And the idea with Guru Lands is that they were a very limited thing that would give.
Are we going to talk about Drowning Man or the stolen ones
way back in the day,
without
like in,
a set symbol on them?
And so Guru Lands are expensive. Like, I don't know the current price. That's more than $1,000. And they pretty much all look like this with a symbol there. But there's a variation of a Guru Land where they put the symbols in the wrong way around. And so you get this situation here where instead of being printed there, it's printed on that side of the card. And so they call this the Drowning Man Island because it looks like a little man in the water drowning. And there are some other variations of these which look like this, where basically they're Guru Lands that are entirely missing the stamp. And so those are stampless Gurus. It's kind of funny, isn't it, that the cool thing about the Guru Land is the bronze stamp, because that's a unique thing to that card, but yet the version without the stamp that looks just like a basic land is worth exponentially more money.
Yeah, the ones without stamps are stolen. They were, I think they were either supposed to be destroyed or something, but everyone in the wild that you find that doesn't have the stamp on it was technically quote unquote stolen from the factory. And so for a while there, some collectors didn't want to collect those particular Guru Lands because they didn't want to buy stolen property. But after a while, nobody cared, and then they're cool. And so that's the history of those. You still have a Jumpstart booster. Almost 20 cards have miscoloration. Not even sure how to sell stuff like that, but it's your one cool MTG thing. Yeah. The thing is, it's a bunch of like extremely insular random communities of super rich old guys. And so how much any of this stuff is worth is a giant question mark.
Collectors are weird that way.
Yeah, collectors are weird
Finally,
that way.
we have my favorite recent misprint, and this is one that is going to be very hard to capture on camera. So on the front, it's a beta mountain.
Looks normal, a little played.
It looks completely normal. And honestly, the back looks normal too.
Yeah.
But if you catch it just right in the light, and I'm really not sure if I'm capturing this correctly, but if you capture it just right in the light, you can see a kind of an iridescent green shimmer, which is not normal for Magic cards. I'm going to just try to get as much footage as I can of this. And so this is a very subtle thing. Now, in person, it really pops. And so it's one of those cases of I tell people about this misprint, and they kind of don't believe it's special until I get it into the same room as them, and then they ask how much money I want for it. And there's a cool story with this, where a friend of mine actually noticed over many years a couple of these in the wild and managed to acquire them. He sold one to me, and I was super proud of it. And then I realized, you know what? I've got a ton of beta cards. I mean, not literally. It's just a few hundred kilos. Kidding. I've got a ton of beta cards. I should go through them and see what I can find. And so I actually managed to find this mountain among my own collection, which was pretty cool.
Nice.
Okay, so next up I want to talk about
genetic
test
freak
prints.
magic
Well, what are
card.
test prints? Here are some early ones. These are ones made by Richard Garfield himself or early Magic the Gathering developers when they were creating the game initially back in, the early 90s.
So these are really impressive, but I just have to take people's words for it.
Photocopied on a Xerox machine, hand illustrated with colored pencils. And The purpose of these cards was to iterate on testing the game quickly while they were making it. They didn't have time to actually go and print finished cards with finished artwork at the time. They just wanted to get playing and making Magic the Gathering. And these are very collectible. I mean, I looked very, very long and hard in order to find this New Zealand island.
Oh, shit. I didn't catch it at first. I didn't get it. It's a New Zealand island. He's from New Zealand. Okay. Yeah, makes sense.
For example, for my land collection.
Good shit.
And I collect the card Desert and was given this recently by two very good friends, and I really appreciated that. So some of these cards have special meaning to me, but in general, I don't like this type of test print. I feel that it's far too easy to counterfeit. I mean, anyone with a printer can make something that looks pretty similar, and how are you going to authenticate them?
Yeah.
In fact, there was a scandal with Pokemon cards early this year where it turns out that some of the recently sold similar types of test prints had some issues with being printed recently, and they were only able to determine this because printers have forensic dots that are printed on pages in order to
catch criminals,
help track down crime, and in this case, it did catch some crime. So I don't love this type
crime
of test print.
caught.
I mean, I do have a few of them, but certainly it's not something I'm focusing on with my land collection, and especially not with my
it's not
test
something
prints.
he's focusing on.
I will show you some that are far more interesting soon.
Far more interesting. All right.
So a more modern version, and by modern I still mean decades ago, of that type of test print is this, where this is what they're using internally, day-to-day playtesting. This is back in the 90s still. And so they basically just print them out, stick them on some cards, and do playtesting as they're iterating. And this looks a lot more sophisticated than the...
All right. John Avon, 1998. Is this Invasion? No, it's after that. Is this... No, this might be that might be an Invasion Island, I think. If it's John Avon 98. Because that was during Onslaught block, and then Mirrodin was right after Onslaught, which was 2000. Is this man John Magic? Yeah, he is.
Ones like this that I was showing you a second ago. In some cases, they wanted to test what the print of a card is like rather than the functionality. And so you get cards like this, which are very clearly just showing like what does a card look like when you actually take it to the printers and print it.
Planes, no trees.
There are some interesting cards called Make Readies, where basically these are some from the Unlimited set, where you can tell they've got square corners.
Yeah, but
apart from this
white
one
backs,
on the side here, which is subtly different. And so this is them testing unlimited printings of cards. But the cool thing about these is that on the back, you can see that they have both an Unlimited and Antiquities card.
Oh, okay, I'm wrong. It's the ones with the gray fuzz around.
And so this is just because they're reusing sheets within Wizards, or within the print company. Basically, they're just testing what things look like, and they can print multiple times on top of an existingly printed sheet.
Circle
making those
Protection
very
Black.
cool for collectors. When they were testing revised cards, they printed ones with various colored backgrounds.
Yeah, and we're glad that they didn't.
These are lands, so I needed them for my collection. These ones have white backs, but
They
they're
look
still
so
printed
ugly.
on Magic cardstock. So they are Magic cards as far as I'm concerned, but, and when you examine it with a jeweler's loop, you can see the rosette pattern in the print, but they are test prints for revised to see what would happen with colored borders. I'm glad that Magic cards didn't end up with colored... Sorry, I'm glad it took several decades for Magic cards to end up with yellow borders like this.
There it is. Siege.
So this is a
Aetherdrift. Dude, perfect comment. He addressed it. It is gross. Piss maxing. Vulcan Incel. Yeah, so this is Foreign Black Border Alternative 4th Edition. German Volcanic Island. Base. FBB.
A German Foreign Black Border dual land from the German version of Revised, and it has a white back. And so many people will assume that this means it's an artist proof.
Well,
but
no, they didn't have
cards in the set did not get artist proofs.
Yeah,
so this is them
thought.
basically testing what the card would print like.
Cool. Damn, I thought I was gonna get to correct him one time on anything. I was like, actually, Foreign Black Border Alternative 4th Edition didn't have artist proofs, but he fucking got me. This man is unassailable.
This one here is a 4th edition test print, mostly interesting because it has no text, but also because the magic back looks different than normal. If we compare it to, trying to find a card with a magic back to compare it to. If we compare it to, for example, this one, you can see that the colors are all different. Okay, so next up we have these really interesting ones where they essentially have the art of land.
I don't know what it is about the German set, but they screwed up all sorts of stuff up. They screwed up Wald, they screwed up
for example,
Drudge Skeletons.
It says, creature gains -2/-1.
Weakness.
It's an enchant creature. It's called Weakness, I hope. And black mana cost. And in this case, normal magic back. In this case, normal magic back. But things get interesting.
Wait, that's a dark
here.
ritual
so
island?
This one here,
God
which I think
damn.
is wall of wood, I think. You can see a normal magic back and the special one with a white background. Now, despite that, I believe that the one with the normal magic back is actually worth marginally more than this cool one with the white background. It is, but the
white one is cooler.
For example, there is a normal magic backed version of this dark ritual
island. Look at that dark ritual. That's so sick.
This was a very expensive card to acquire, and the one with the magic back is even more expensive. And that is an example of a holy grail card for my land collection where I collect lands, I care about it. This is the best one of the ones that does something else because Dark Ritual is so playable. It just looks so cool. And I would move heaven and earth in order to get the magic-backed version of that. But I can't because there's like 3 or 4 of them out there and those people want far, far, far too much money. So in the meantime, I am very happy to have this version with the white back. I mean, it looks cooler on first glance. And it was a recent pickup that I'm very proud of. And so these are examples of test prints that... they only appeal to a very niche group of people like me, but they're very special because they were printed
that Dark Ritual Island
reason.
is
There
so
aren't many
fucking
copies
sick.
of them, and we really like them. Okay, so next up, when they were starting to print foil cards for Magic the Gathering, they wanted to test what they would look like, and so they decided to use City of Traders
City of Traders? Yeah.
to do this test. And so
there's
a whole different pile of versions of City of Traders here that have different treatments, like, what's
no
going on
red
with that
border
foiling technique.
one?
These are actually printed on like 1 millimeter thick plastic, basically. This here has a silver border, this has a black border, and there's different color permutations of these. So you can see this here has green, this one here has a more blue/dark color, this one has a yellow background, and you can see they have numbers.
That's a lot of City of Traders.
That one's +1, this one's +3, and so on. That's a -1. And I kind of went through a phase of collecting this specific card for a while.
Yeah, I can tell.
At the time, they were quite hard to find. But since then, the ostensible price that people are listing them for has gone up ridiculous amounts. Like, you see cards like this listed for $40,000 at MagicCon. And I don't know if anyone's paying that. I think it's insanity for them to be worth that much. But I'm certainly glad that I picked up my collection of those before they got expensive. It would be a mess otherwise.
Must be nice.
So
if I save up this week, I'm able to add vegetables to my ramen.
This is a relatively subtle set of test prints that most people don't acknowledge. So these are some basic lands from Odyssey. They have square corners, and the foil type of printing here is subtly different to normal cards. I don't actually understand the technical details, but allegedly the foiling that was used here was as a test, and we didn't end up with those particular types of foils.
It's a little more rainbow, and supposedly it doesn't curl. I don't know why they didn't go with it.
Future, I can't tell the difference between these and normal regular Magic card foils, except this does come as a test set entirely with square corners, which is pretty cool. Okay, next up we have some test prints that people just generally don't know exist.
Oh,
so
good.
This is when they're
all right. I would love to be stumped.
They're designing stuff for legions, which, as you may know, is a set without creatures. For whatever reason, these lands
with only creatures,
have the legion symbol on them, and so there's some basic lands over here, and there's these regular lands here.
I've seen one of these
looking
ever.
At what they do. So Shore of Confusion, for example.
I've seen one of these ever, and I've only heard about the fetch land ones. Oh, interesting. They were fucking around with different potential text even for it. So like this one doesn't tap. And they only search for singles. Interesting.
It says, tap, pay 1 life, sacrifice it, search your library for an island card to put into place. This is a variation on a fetch land.
Yeah.
This one here doesn't involve tap, but you still have to sacrifice it. Similar kind of thing, fetches forests. But I believe that Peaks of Despair up here, which is spelt wrong.
It's spelled wrong.
Is potentially the best Magic card ever printed. And I say that because look at what it does. Tap, pay 1 life, search your library for a mountain, put it into play, then shuffle. It doesn't require sacrifice.
It doesn't sack, so you
every
can just
single
do it
turn
forever.
You get to accelerate out an extra mountain.
It's the strongest thawing glaciers that's ever been made.
Like, the impact that would have in a modern game of Magic in terms of mana-based dominance is ridiculous. And so this is an example of a card where I suspect they just, got the templating wrong compared to the other ones. And, obviously we're never going to print it like that. It never was printed, I guess, as an actual Magic card. This is a one printed on Magic stock, but is not, physically in a booster pack. And I like test prints like this because they're moderately unknown. Like, I can show them to people and get a reaction every time. And as far as I know, this is the first time that they're being shown in a YouTube video. I have more from this particular set, which I managed to acquire back in 2019 in one go, which I was very pleased with. Okay, so next up we have M15 test prints.
That was very
So
cool.
basically, when they were working on M15, they wanted to try to come up with, like, for example, a custom font. You know, they wanted a new layout of the cards.
Stuck with the Gotham.
So this is an example of them prototyping a basic land here. This is them doing a non-basic land. This isn't, like, this is, you know, it's a Magic card, but the symbol here is not actually a holographic one. It's just printed as gray. Yeah. These are foil and non-foil versions. And my understanding, and I haven't fact.
You'll see a bunch of Planeswalkers like that too, where it'll be a Planeswalker test print that says Gotham M on it.
Check this prior to recording, but my understanding is Gotham was the name of the font that they switched to with M15.
That's correct.
So those are M15 test prints. And it actually gets kind of interesting because that was also the set they introduced the symbol down the bottom, you know, the one that looks like this, the anti-counterfeiting symbol.
Mm-hmm.
And so when they were doing that, they printed a set of these test cards here. Each one says test card, test card, test card, and they have different variations of a symbol. So here you can see a circle there you can see a diamond, here you can see you know, what looks like the Innistrad logo, the Magic logo,
make it
different,
good enough for the
different colors
set
before
symbol,
they
so they had to
eventually
put it
settled
elsewhere.
on the design of putting this down the bottom here instead. And so this is a set of all the different permutations of Dragon Skull Summit as test cards, and there's a few different ones of these. Next up, we have an example of basic land. There are the 5 of those, and my understanding is there is actually a 6th that I have not acquired.
Oh.
And this is why it's fun to be a collector of these things, because you think you have the complete set, and then someone shows you one of these with an orange symbol, and now you have a multi-year epic expensive quest to track it down. And most people who you talk to will say, oh no, there's only 5. I think you're correct already, but I'm pretty sure there is a 6th one that I need to acquire of those.
The treadmill, it never stops.
If you have it, please get in touch. Okay, so next up in terms of test prints, so...
If you have it, please get in touch. Step into my office.
They were testing this mechanic called Meld, where they wanted to print creatures that go across 2 cards. Now, Endbringer, I believe, never ended up as an actual Meld creature.
No.
And it's missing a symbol up here. But these were printed on lands, which means I get to collect them for my set.
Technically, it's for your land set, yeah.
I was quite pleased. You know, it's one of the things where, like, you know, you hear that someone has these test prints, you hear they run a bakery in New York City, you have to track them down by, like, doing a bit of detective work until you can eventually message them and say, hey, by chance, do you collect Magic the Gathering cards, and can you sell me some Meld test prints? And then they do. And it's such a cool story collecting something like that. Okay.
This guy sounds so happy. It's partially the New Zealand thing and partially the vocabulary. He's just like, quite pleased. I was quite pleased to get these. He's in his lane. He's moisturized.
Okay, so next up in terms of test prints, these are going to be quite hard to see, but these are for, I think, Time Spiral Remastered. They were testing various foiling stuff, and these look like normal cards except for the weird foiling.
Well,
and
they
right
look
down the
very
bottom,
weird.
There's no way we're going to be able to see this on camera easily, but just under the copyright line here, there's some very small microscopic text you can see with the jeweler's loop that says, like, test print or something along those lines.
See with the jeweler's
I definitely
loop.
Can't read it from here, but those ones are pretty cool.
Dude, those look so dark, don't they?
Cool tests
For
they were
Time
doing for that
Spiral?
particular set.
That would have been sick if
Some
they
of my
looked like
favorite
that.
test prints that don't have a good explanation are, okay, so this is a
The bicycle ones.
playing card,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And on the back, it's Magic the Gathering. This one,
He's probably about to put it onto the screen, but there's ones that are on the bicycle playing cards, and so it's like plasticky and rubbery and disgusting, but then there's also ones that are on Magic cards, and those are cool.
here is a Polluted Delta, and on the back, it's a bicycle playing card.
Yeah.
And so you kind of have both sides of a playing card
Cool.
and both sides of a Magic the Gathering card. The texture of this one feels, I mean, I've got it in a sleeve, but the texture of this one feels like an actual playing card rather than a Magic the Gathering card.
Yeah, it's awful.
Interestingly, because a whole
It
deck of
depends on
these
the
was
back,
printed, or
really.
several decks. This thing here wasn't expensive. It was like $20. This thing was, though.
Hold on. Listen to the sadness. Listen to the sadness in his voice when he says that. When he says that this thing was, though.
$20. This thing was, though.
Oof.
Okay,
This
so
thing was,
one of the
though.
special test prints that I've been saving for last is this. Yeah. So that's Swarovski, sorry, I'm pronouncing it wrong, Swarovski crystal. And essentially, this was
some Etsy artist? But he wouldn't show it if that was the case.
It's hard to say whether Wizards commissioned this or whether someone had it made in an attempt to get Wizards to do it.
Probably
but
the second.
It was for the M30 celebration. You can see they've put little stones on the back here. And basically, for the 30th anniversary of Magic, they wanted to do something special. And so they've taken this full art island here and covered it in gemstones. It's pretty cool. There's some other ones available of these online. There's a Black Lotus, I believe, for example.
I've hit my limit. This is tacky and cheap looking and unusable. I couldn't even begin to play with such a thing. Yeah, I don't like it. This is the first thing I don't like in his entire collection.
It was too rich for my blood. So I settled on an island, which I am very happy with. It feels hefty. Like that's
look at that shit.
There.
It's like a 16th of an inch.
This is one of the favorite cards in my collection I've picked up. It's just so, sparkly, but so different to most other test prints that I have in the collection. Okay, so one of the types of test prints that I skipped over that I'd like to focus on briefly is 8th edition test prints. And so they look like this. Now, these don't look like Magic cards to you or me, and that's, the reason why is because they decided not to go ahead with it. But basically, this is a swamp, it taps for blood.
I'm so happy they decided not to go ahead with this. I've seen the counterspell of this and a bunch of other cards, and they're like fantastically ugly looking. It's interesting that they split it up to giant blue, giant black to denote the two colors. I've seen ones where the thing's on the other side of it, and the monocost is like really big and in a weird place, like super gross. They altered this to make it look a lot nicer, but still weird, and that's what they made Future Sight out of.
Black. This is a Darkwater Catacombs. It filters, as you expect. And these were printed when trying to test what the new 8th edition frame should look like.
Yeah.
And I think we may be able to
I'm glad we didn't go with it
here. So there's actually a lot of these, both foil and non-foil, so you can see the different permutations. Some of these have both left and right sides, as in the symbols are either on the left or the right.
He does have a lot of them, though.
And I have been picking these up for a number of years whenever they're cheap. Obviously they were much cheaper in the past. They're more expensive now. Here's an example of both the left and the right sides for Underground River. And so most of the stuff I picked up when it was very inexpensive back in the day, but it's getting harder to find them these days.
Here's another stack.
I think I have the world's largest collection of 8th edition test print lands at this stage. Now, I've purposefully avoided collecting the other types of cards from the 8th edition test prints. It's, there's a variety of them. I focused entirely on lands myself. Okay, next up. So this card is Gaia's Cradle. It's a staple that's played in...
this is a miscut Gaia's Cradle that you can just see a sliver of the next card on. And the fact that you can see that sliver of extra card is so much more expensive than if you couldn't. And if it had almost as much, damn, that's sick. That's sick.
Legacy.
Show me the back,
for
though.
1 green for each creature you control. And this particular example here is miscut, showing a blue card on the left.
Okay, so the back's the same.
And so miscut cards are generally worth quite a lot more if they show an extra card. And so this is the kind of thing someone could pimp out their EDH deck, assuming it's legal in EDH, which I should have fact-checked prior to recording this. It's at least legal in Legacy. So
he doesn't even know. He doesn't even know if it's legal in Commander. He thought maybe it wasn't legal in Commander because it shouldn't be, right? Because it obviously should have been banned, but it is. It is actually legal. Looks like a home cut special. It's not, but now you have me second guessing myself constantly. God, his ass.
So they can pimp out their Legacy deck. This one here is the same thing,
oh, it's
but
even
with
more.
a significant miscut, right? That's showing like a good few millimeters of the neighboring card without cutting off anything important.
Now
from this
I'm
one.
suspicious.
And so after I acquired these, I went on a bit of a mission to get as many cool Gaia's Cradles as I could. This is a mission that led to much insanity. So here is a foil judge promo. The card was not printed as foil normally, but there were some foil versions made and given to judges a long time ago.
Sick.
This
that's
version is
cool.
pretty heavily miscut. You can see that it barely has a border at the top and it has quite a thick border at the bottom. This version here is slightly more extreme. This version here, more extreme again. And I believe that this
Or
technically
we're gonna
shows a little
show
bit
a
of the
progression
sheetage
of it.
here, which makes it even
Good
more special.
job,
This version
kid.
here, even more extreme, showing even more sheetage, like a good
Jesus.
millimeter and a half or so of sheetage there.
Jeez. 4. Umbrick, thanks to the tier 1 for 26. Appreciate it. Surely we're stopping at 4, right?
So those are my 4 miscut foil cradles. This one here is a foil cradle with square corners.
Sure, yeah.
I don't know how the process results in a square corner cradle, but that exists. This one here and this one here are both shifted. So in this case, the text layer is a little bit higher than the symbols, and you can see that
I can
the
see
text
that the
overlaps
symbols
with
are
the border
drooping,
there, and
yeah.
the mana symbol is shifted down. And so those are very special. It took a lot of effort to collect them. And
I bet.
the most important of these, though, is this one here. So this is a Texan's cradle.
Oh, Jesus,
and
with
I
the
would say
symbol
that
on
out
it
of
and
my
everything.
misprint or test print cards, this is the one that gets the most attention.
Yeah,
like,
I
this is
bet.
the one where if I have it with me at, say, MagicCon, it causes a queue of people who want to see it. It wasn't particularly expensive when I bought it a long time ago because, you know, I mean, I guess the card wasn't as good relative to other ones then or whatever, or maybe people weren't collecting this particular type of thing. But I've been offered $70,000 in cash for it since then. It's certainly become very popular as one of the key test prints that people want to collect.
Yeah.
And I suspect it's because it's such an iconic card and such an iconic deck that people really want the really pimped out foil version with no text on it whatsoever, apart from the little floating mana symbol by itself.
I haven't seen a guy's cradle that looks like this, but I have seen lightning bolts and some other judge test prints. It's cool to see such a thing.
So that's one of the pieces of my collection I'm most proud of.
That's only the
Right,
judge foil
I want
guy's
to kind of
cradles.
wrap up by showing,
Because there was also normal guys' cradles, obviously. But he's like, nah, I won't show you the normal ones, and I won't show you the normal foil ones. I'll just show you the foil misprinted ones.
showing you a slice of what it looks like to collect a relatively deep set of misprints and test prints related to one particular card.
A relatively deep.
And that card here is a strip mine. So this is a non-misprinted one. It's just a regular strip mine.
It's just a regular gem mint, 10 on all 4 subcategories. It's just a regular strip mine. Quad 10s.
And at least it's what
regular.
The card,
Got the
used to
tower
look
on it
like back in
too,
the day
of
before they
course.
stuck a spaceship on it, or whatever they did to the 2025 printing. And so
Good shit.
this is a regular everyday strip mine showing you what it looks like
Regular everyday
before we
strip
get
mine.
into the misprints. So this version here is a, I believe, Spanish borrowing card, and it has the strip mine art. So this is a
Cool.
misprint insofar as the fact they put the wrong art on the card, but it's not technically a strip mine as far as, playing with the card, but it does go in this collection. So next up, we have this version. It's crimped. As you can see, it may be a bit difficult to see. I'll just take it out of the card saver.
Just take it
You can
out,
see
yeah.
along the top here, there's a crimp.
Mhm.
So that is my one example of a crimped strip mine.
I have a crimped strip mine. I
This
should sell
version
it to Chris
here,
Wilson.
which is, I believe, Italian, is off-center. You can see that it's somewhat
Sure.
mis-centered on both sides. Relatively minor misprint. This one here, which is a 4th edition one, is more off-center.
More off center. I have a crimped bank account.
This version here, which is
Chronicles.
I think a Chronicles copy of the card, is significantly off-center on the back. But
Oh,
not
but
on
only on the
front.
back. Cool. So it's a true misprint.
This version here, again, Italian Renaissance, is miscut, so you can see a sheet edge on the top, and I believe it's only on the top. This version here, a more extreme example of that. This is a 4th edition one with alpha cut corners.
Oh,
You can see here
cool,
that the
yeah.
corners are significantly more rounded. If you take a
Hard to
modern
find.
card, I'm trying to find like a normal Magic card. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, so Alpha Cut Corner is, that's one, I can't remember what they did in the factory. They like reused dies or something that happened to still have been left over from Alpha by accident. And it's pretty rare, but you can get it every once in a while happening.
If you take a more modern card, you can see here that the corners are not quite as severe as that.
Yeah.
And so this alpha cut one, they were using dies like left over from alpha or whatever. So this is an original Antiquities copy. This is where things start to get slightly expensive, and
Okay.
this particular one is miscut on the back, moderately severely actually. You can see quite a lot of
That's
the other
cool.
card, and so that's like an alignment error with printing.
Mm-hmm.
This is another Antiquities copy, and this one is substantially miscut on the back.
Wow.
I was very pleased to pick that up.
That's awesome.
This is an Antiquities copy that is miscut on the front, so you can see another card. And so that's one of the more like pimp ones you can put in your deck because
You get to
it's
see
an original printing. It shows another card. It certainly would attract attention.
Oh, and it's correct on
Interestingly,
the
the back is completely aligned. So this is one of the slightly rarer types of miscuts where the sheet itself is actually.
Yeah, and it's much more sought after when the back and the front are different, because when the front is miscut and the back isn't, or the back looks miscut but the front isn't, it couldn't have been someone just buying a sheet and cutting it wrong on purpose, right, for a NFC or something. So it, even if you feel like you know which way it is, it's nice to have proof of it.
Actually misaligned. This is an albino copy, like the
Albino
Ursulines that I showed you earlier. This is one of my favorite pickups in the last few years. It took a long time to track that down, and certainly is probably the most pimp copy that I would play with if using a strip mine myself.
Albinos are so rare.
A test print strip mine. This one has a normal looking front. I mean, the corners are pretty square. It's in pretty rough shape. And the back looks like this.
Oh yeah, I've seen this before.
They were testing.
It looks really cool. Like they just dialed the saturation up to the max. I don't know if they were just fucking with shit or if it's part of the potential Arabian Nights thing or whatever, but yeah, I've seen one of these before.
Printing that on the back of Magic cards. There's a whole story about how Arabian Nights was going to have a different Magic card back. This is, months later at least, so I'm not sure what was going on with this particular test print, but this is one of my favorite
that's cool
strip mines in my collection. So
and it's got square corners on the top.
The misprints and test prints I wanted to show you today. I've limited it to just this set. I actually have maybe 3,000 or 4,000 other misprints and test prints that I haven't shown you, partly because they're just, additional examples of the types that I've shown. I've shown you the main ones, which is important. And also, for brevity, I didn't want this video to go on too long. If you enjoyed this video...
if you didn't want the video to go on to 35 minutes, that's a good time. Any shorter and I would be upset. I want more. Can we do a number 2? This guy started out showing one of every summer dual land, casually opening a beta pack to quote, show what it's like to open a pack of cards. And then laid down probably more than $1 million worth of cards. Easily. Hey, all right. And also happens to own one of every alpha. Not shown, parenthetical. No gloves is crazy. So the thing about beta packs is you can search them very easily. Okay, you shine a light behind them and you can move every card up and kind of see a little bit of it. It's some of them are more obviously searched than others, but yeah, you can for the most part discover at least what the rare is in each of them without too much screwing around. So I imagine he opened one that wasn't going to be too crazy, but anything could happen, right? Anyway, Jesus Christ. Dude, Chris Wilson. What a legend, actually. This was so sick. I had to share it with you, chat. I started watching it this morning. I'm just like, I'm going to finish this on stream. So give this small YouTuber, he's only got 59,000 subscribers. Give this small YouTuber a thumbs up and a follow. What is this guy known for? He made Path of Exile. Like, he's the guy. He made Path of Exile. And he has since retired after working on it for 17 years. And so now he plays Magic and I don't know, goes for walks with his dog or something. I'm not sure. Yeah, all right. Oh, he's a millionaire? Well, yeah, he made Path of Exile, so he is got a big house. At least one house. Anyway, what else am I supposed to do today? I got to look at Conquest. I'm going to document my freighter in No Man's Sky because I'm about to delete it and rebuild it. And so I just feel like I should have a document of what it looks like before I delete the whole thing and start over. And also it's not Hyperlight Drifter, it's a Hyperspace Psycho Gooners or something. It's some game from 2019 that I was waiting to go 75% off, and it just went 75% off. And so I picked that up, and I might play it if there's time, but we'll see. Either way, I gotta go blow my nose, and I'll hit you guys with a commercial. BRB.
Mr. Owl, how many licks does it take to get to
the cream?
Let's find out.
Let your fingers do the walking.
I'm Mr. Buckets. Toss your balls on my top. I'm Mr. Buckets.
What do you get when you press on a can of Noxema?
Great balls of comfort.
You get
Noxema clean your face.
I can't believe I ate that whole thing.
Oh, well, I heard that before. Unjustifiably in a position that I'd rather not be in.
I'm calling paramedics and your family, Mr. Miller.
You can make this creamy cheese sauce in seconds with American cheese and
cream
mushroom Lipton cup of soup. And you thought cup of soup just made soup.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Cream in the World Wrestling Federation.
Wait a minute,
and there is
more real meat. You'll be glad we made him taste better. And so will he.
And so will he. Oh, there's also an incoming ad break. On Twitch, it says. In 30 seconds. Well, shit. I'm going to give you a new ad. And then everyone will be synced up at the same time. How about 80s cream?
Hey, Jimmy Lee. Beautiful morning, huh?
Hey, Jubilee.
Morning ain't my time, Bert.
Oh, Daddy. Give me a glass of energy for my pal here.
Energy, well, that's just
cream.
Oh, daddy.
The Macho Man Randy Savage.
What Nintendo?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Jimmy, give me a
cream.
with nut.
nothing.
It certainly is a big bun. It's a very big bun.
Where's the cream?
A dream as sweet as this.
Cream.
Dreamy wine.
I soaked in it. Man, I soaked in it.
This is
the cream.
This is your brain on
cream.
Any questions?
Time to make the
cream.
Dunkin' Donuts are always fresh. I made the
cream, yeah.
Remember, only you can
cream. Nobody does it better.
It hurt.
Nobody does it better. Hurts leads the others by far. Nobody does it best before you.
Oh, Latino hot. Eli Cassis. That no good scoundrel. I'm 1,000 pardons, Shahar Shenar. I'm sorry for wrongfully invoking your name, although I did say that I couldn't quite remember. It was Eli Cassis with the disgusting not factory cut shit. He would buy sheets and just purposely cut them in retarded ways. And it looked dumb and sort of like, I don't think he was trying to pass them off as fake factory misprints or anything like that, but it's kind of like using proxies, you know. You're not trying to pass them off as real, but somebody else down the chain might when they start changing hands. Anyway, didn't care for it. Didn't care for it. Yeah, you knew immediately who I was talking about. Yeah, the old guys remember. I'm Chris Wilson at Grinding Bear Games. Now all we have is Jonathan Rogers. Or Roger. I don't know if it's plural or not, actually. So I was told to look into Conquest. and I don't give a fuck about any other tabletop war games at all, is what I have always said, and then I started playing Trench Crusade. So, shit. Anything could happen, you know? I'm not exactly in the market for one. But I wasn't when I got into Trench Crusade either, and I'll tell you the order in which I became interested in it. Number 1, the art. Number 2, the models. Number 3, the pedigree of the designer. And then reading the rules. But the thing that really got me was that list building was fun, and the rules are great. But in order, art, models. I think pedigree of designer is actually not really a category. It was just a bonus that happened to happen, you know? But anyway. Is Mr. Woe gonna play Comcast cable? Probably not. Here, spoiler, definitely not. But I'm gonna look into it. Because why not give them a chance? You know? Army list building is so fun. Army list building is like making a commander deck, except a lot less fun. Because instead of having 30,000 units, you have like 100. But anyway, I'll look at the models. I'll look at the moddies, right? So, first things first, we have to look at art, which I have pre-downloaded. I have pre-downloaded the rules, and of course, their rules are online for free, as I would expect of any company ever. For a tabletop war game, anyway. I wouldn't expect that for like a, like a ttrpg or something like that, because that's all they can sell you. It's the only thing they could do, right? And it's what Age of Sigmar used to do, but then they decided to stop because they hate you, personally. Not to poison the well, but every model you looked at was metal. That destroys everything. But I don't have a counterpoint. Thanks. Umbric, if you need any new targets for the hit list, CG Abusta is the one who said that. Anyway, let's look at the art first and foremost. See, okay, here's what I've done. I downloaded their main rules so that I can look at their art first, and then I can jump over and look at their models, because that's the order in which we do things. And then I downloaded their most recent update, because I think you can tell a lot about a company by looking at their patch notes and seeing what the kind of things they say in the patch notes. How do they explain themselves? What is the communication there? Even if I don't understand the implication of any of their updates, because I don't even know what their rules do. It's interesting to look at a company's patch notes and changes and see how they communicate with their customers. And so I downloaded their most recent update just to see. And then if we're still on board, I can scroll to some rules and kind of see the gist of what's going on. Apparently they're not metal, according to Umbric, so eat shit for life. Not according to their website. Oh, okay. Hey, I have a question. So we got Conquest here, right? They have multiple games, though. This is 100 Kingdoms, I guess. If I go back to Conquest real quick. 100 Kingdom, Spires, these are all armies, I'm assuming. We can start here. Now there's Last Argument of Kings, First Blood, 2,000 point armies, and lore campaigns. What is the difference between these things? I'm assuming 100 Kingdoms is an army, right? But what's First Blood? What's Last Argument of Kings? I can surmise what 2,000 point armies are, and lore campaigns. Last argument is the rank and flank. First blood is the skirmish with the same armies and models. Okay, one is round base. Or maybe not round base. No, I'm looking at it. Yeah, round base. For some of them. So one is the spearhead and one is the 2K. Now, as per the usual, I don't care at all about the skirmish one. I will generally play whatever the biggest version of a game is. If Trench Crusade had 2,000 point armies, I would play that. And definitely not their small skirmish, right? Although those games might take forever. But anyway, first things first, I'm scrolling through, ignoring words and just looking at art to see the relative quality. Can we zoom out a touch? All right, looks a little. This is like, to me, this is halfway between Sword and Sorcery Chinese Gacha and Wayne Reynolds. It's those two, like the higher quality Chinese stuff, which World of Warcraft dips its toe into here and there, you know, and Wayne Reynolds. It's halfway between those two. A little cartoony, but oh, cool! It can be serious if it wants to. This is fun. This is a good one. This is very different than this one. I'm not actually digging this too much here, but I appreciate this one. This one's fun. Very nice. Then we got. It's okay. Yeah, real cartoony proportions, almost not Hobbit like, but just big hands, big feet. All right, either there's two different guys, or yeah, because this is far cooler. Sick. And then don't care for it, and then like it more. It's vaguely realistic as well, which I appreciate. I wouldn't say Korean MMOs, I would say Chinese. Yeah, okay. Whoever keeps doing these, this shit is sick. There's two very different ones. This is sick. I am all in on whoever has so far. There's been 3 of them now that I really like. Kind of hard to tell what's going on there. The Beast. Oh, and then we have, look at this shit. This is sick. Really nice. Always show the horse's eyes. It's the rule. Is the difference between skirmish and war game so big, really? In both, you end up having like 10 units. Only in skirmish, it's one dude, not 20. But it's not like you control each of 40 clan rats on their own. Yeah, true. Well, I could pretend that it's deep, but it's not really that deep. One of my emotes is called Big. Big armies, big units, big games. This looks kind of nice. Yeah, I could pretend that it's deep, but it's not deep. And the closer to skirmish you get, the more I feel like I should just be playing Dungeons and Dragons instead. Or Rifts or something. Like, when you shrink a war game down too much, it's kind of like, man, I could be playing Dungeons and Dragons. And maybe that's a me problem, but... very sketchy. Digital sketch. All right. Okay, there's one person who draws for them that does this. And does this. and does this. 9 out of 10. Love it. And then everybody else for them does this, and I'm not really into it. But look, nobody's going to have the best art ever. Look at Age of Sigmar. You got to prune through shit to find the good stuff. It's the same with most games, right? Even Trench Crusade doesn't have exclusively amazing artwork. So... Anyway, it's time to look at the armies. It's dime. It's dime to look at the armies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 armies. Keeping it a chaste 10. Okay. Not, you know, I tend to like a lot of factions, but I understand that at a certain point you get so many factions, you can't support them all and it becomes unwieldy. And it becomes just a terrible situation where you just can't support the number of armies you make. And the game starts to drag because of that. And Age of Sigmar and Warhammer in general just doesn't give a shit about that. They just do it anyway. And that sucks. Unfortunately, you have to go, but you'll listen to the VOD, Umbrick? Oh, no. Nope. You got to be here for it. I need to constantly be asking you who knows about this game the questions. If you got to go, I will continue this later when you are here. Because I'm going to be asking you questions about all of these armies absolutely nonstop, and it's going to be a fun back and forth. So we will put this on ice inside my freezer right next to the soup that I have frozen for later. It's the shape of the inside of my freezer. And we'll pick it up the next time you're around. This is what $10 gets you. All right. Isn't there somebody you forgot to ask? Yeah. Anyway, they may or may not be made of metal, but I don't think so. Maybe some of the older ones are. And exactly 1/3 of the art is super dope. And they have 10 armies, which is fine. And we'll pick up here next time. You play Old Dominions, so you're excited to hear what you have to say about them. Okay. It's hard being a streamer. The least you can do is stay for the whole stream and your ass better be at the keyboard. No. I mean, look, I can't stick around for every single fucking stream of my Oshis, right? It can't be helped. People got lives, jobs, and kids and stuff. Anyway, part 1 of 5. I'll swap over to No Man's Sky and do a donate $50 to leave. You were wrong, says CJ. He's looking at Corvus Belli Infinity, which was ship metal, not Parabellum Conquest, which is not metal. Okay, we're saved. Marked safe. We're marked safe, actually. Anyway, I'm going to hop over to No Man's Sky and do a walkthrough pre-mortem. Normally, you're used to post-mortems. This is pre-mortem. Saying goodbye to my capital ship and the interior. Because it's time to... They released a whole bunch of new stuff, and it's been forever, and I've been meaning to do it forever. It's time to rebuild the entire capital ship base. And I feel like, just for posterity's sake, I should do a walkthrough one time and then click delete, you know? And yes, I made a backup save. I guess in that time, there's nothing stopping anyone from continuing the convo. Dude, that Chris Wilson shit was nuts. I think I'm going to do that video. I'm going to do it. That vid. This one, I think. I think this is the backup save. Where you show off your collect. Yeah. It's going to be like, the title is going to be one of those, I try to go band for band with Chris Wilson until I lose. And then the video will be like 18 seconds long as a giant meme. It'll start, I have all my beta dual lands and some of my misprints and stuff. And I'm like, all right, I'm ready to go. You know, have at you, Chris Wilson, let's do it. And then he opens up with one of every summer dual land. And then the video just ends. It's over. That's it. And I do some like perfectly cut scream. Fuck. Cool hat? Hell yeah. I'm the immortal space wizard whose legs have been turned into machines because I got a lot of running around to do. This is the HWS Fist of Science. Wish I could put more jets on it. Summon Freighter. The idea of trying to play big bank, take little with the MTG collectors seems like an exercise in futility. Oh, yeah. Might be funny, though. All right, we'll beam aboard. All right, this is the old galactic base, or the freighter. HWS Alfrestun. Nice little opening area here. Teleporter. I did it. It kind of just spread out from the center here. This is like a utilitarian base, so it has everything you could possibly need. As close to the doorway as you can get. You know, it's got a save point. We got our run over here and immediately activate the planetary node for exploration. Immediately use the galactic trade terminal back when I wasn't permanently capped at the money cap. Immediately teleport to other bases and stuff like that. But I don't know, maybe it's not time for efficiency. It's time to go to get a little more creative. Over here, we got the refiner factory room here. And you think like this is a lot of refiners. Back when I was still trying to pyramid scheme my way up to having almost an infinite amount of every element I could possibly need, all of these are running and then some. Okay, you might be losing some power here and there. Okay, we got some rolling brownouts, but don't worry about it. Anyway, these are running absolutely non-stop, but I don't need it anymore because I have everything now. And that's going to be a common theme. So we got the large refiner room. Just blazing away. Next over here we got the farm. So this is the Gravitino host ball farm. This room used to be bigger, but I cut it down to just a hallway after I no longer really needed a lot of them. And then further on in the farm, we have the star brambles, little nip buds, some gek nip, more star bramble, cactus, gut rot flowers, just essentially trying to farm up every element. And so we can do it with mines on various planets. We could do it with these. So this is the greenhouse. Well, actually, this is greenhouse number 1. There's a connecting doorway, and then we get to greenhouse number 2, which is some more bio elements to collect. And there was a time where I'd like log in every so often and then run down the list and just pick all of these and then replant them and pick all these and replant them up and down all of these over and over until I got the necessary base elements to put in the generators and combine into elements, to combine those into elements and combine them with the gases. Speaking of gases, of course, we got the planetary stellar extractors here. These things don't actually work, by the way. They're like bugged. I think if you put too many of them next to each other, they stay bugged forever, but it looks cool when a bunch of them are next to each other, so hey, alright. And the overflow for storage container number 0. Here we got, you know, just 5 stacks of 9999 of everything here for the most basic, mostly the basic types there. And then number 2 is a bunch of foods. This is for creatures and animals and stuff. These are all the different storage containers. These are all the metals, or sorry, all the minerals. Just in case I need those. And then here we got all the stellar metals, all the different types. And number 5 is the agricultural and harvested substances. These are the things that we were using the farm to get all of. 50,000 of all of them. And then, of course, we got the localized earth elements, anomalous materials, even Atlantidium. I only have 1k essence of Atlantid, but it's basically for a quest anyway, and so it doesn't matter. And then some compressed atmospheric gases, cytophosphate, which didn't fit in the other thing, and a bunch of goop, just in case we need goop. We got goop, we got the better goop, and then the better goop, and then extra runaway mold, which you can convert into nanites, which I have 400,000 of, so you don't need anyway. And then some other random stuff, bionic lures for fishing, I guess some extra oxygen, and so on and so forth. Extra goop, yeah. And then these are like alloy metals that you can break into other stuff, and or they're just worth money. And then also this is where I keep some of my dinosaur bones. I got this planet that I made a base on that has dinosaur bones buried in it, and so I've been excavating those for a while, and I'm trying to get maybe 10 or 20 of everything so I can build some skeletons and put them in my museum. And then also other fishing stuff, because fishing came out recently. Any goopers? And then this is leftover ship parts from the one ship update. Various salvaged glass, which you can fish for super high technology things, which I fished for super high technology things, plus illegal ones from the pirate system, plus S-class ones. It depends. Sometimes they're higher or lower. Bunch of gun ones. And then, of course, value currency for the different races until I maxed out all of the... until I maxed out all of the alien races. There. And that's that one. Over here we have the... this is the guy that can build our alternative vehicles. This is the guy that... So this is places where all your little NPCs are. So this is the mining overseer. We got a little plant area. This is the gun guy who isn't in the store right now. And then this thing allows us to teleport our little extra vehicles places. There's a nutrient processor. I haven't really done much with cooking recently. Of course, there's the merchant guy. And an analyzer, these things. Oh, I guess I have a mission. These are the mission terminals. Over here we have a treasure vault. Down an unnecessarily long passageway to the final treasure storage container 1, which just holds the oldest lost artifacts that I've managed to find. And so they're just organized in how old they are. I don't think I've found one that's 3,000 quite yet, but we'll see. And then just a bunch of like ancient quest items that don't matter anymore that apparently it bugged out and I got to keep some of them. And so just various old quest things, worm skin folios, inverted mirrors, myth beacons, historical clock thing I probably shouldn't have, and some of the wonders that you can place down in various areas. Miniature of the Decade results are up. Yeah, big oosh. Big oosh. No doubt to Vince's chagrin. Big oosh. The best. The most popular. The hoosh. What did Vince like? It's not about what Vince liked. It's about what Vince didn't like. And Big Oosh is the style and theme and look of him and art of it is 10 out of 10. But the pose is all wrong. He's just hunched over, bad silhouette, kind of looks like a potato. And Vince likes dynamic, bold poses. And Big Oosh is just curled up like Mr. Burns. And so he doesn't like the pose, and he also doesn't like the silhouette. And so no doubt this is a rough one. And then up here we have an extra level. And we go up here, and this is the oxygen farm. Or sorry, this is the carbon farm. Back when I was running low on carbon because I had to build a bunch of stuff, so I made an entire carbon farm with all these standing planters, and you're meant to walk all the way up while clicking each of them and get all of it into your inventory and then run down these, and they regrow over time. And I made a few lanes of them back when I was farming a whole bunch of carbon for some reason. And there's another lane there, and there's a third lane over there. And so this is the random additional carbon farm when I needed yet another farm to farm. And then finally, we have the secret door behind the galactic terminal that goes up to the barbecue deck, baby. This is the hangout area for all the flats, for everyone from Discard to show up. We got brisket just cooking. We got zero gravity wings spinning around there. Got some DDR pads. Got some whatever your fancy, you know, your Tekkens, your Street Fighters, you know, to play against each other. We got little tables here for playing Age of Sigmar. You see, I got the little miniatures. He's got little robots and spaceships there. And then I put some terrain on there. There's a rock, you know. And then you got little KO versus, they look like those little goop creatures there. So those are squigs, you know. Squigs versus KO on that table. And then we got Seraphon. And all those guys are pointing at it. And there's some nice little terrain on there. There's a bar with some lights for looking out at space and seeing my fleet of 100% living ships. Except for the Ghost ship. And also the Normandy. And a few others. But mostly it's all squiggly living ships, which are super rare and kind of hard to find, but not really. Little observation deck. Make yourself a drink. And just, you know, chill on the couch here. Play some Game Boy or whatever on your phone and watch the ships come in. And of course, I got all different colors of the super rare beacon planet looking stuff, which is pretty cool. And then over there, that's I think that place is that the oxygen farm over there? I think it is. And it has the other wonders that are all on top. And so yeah, this was the old base. This old base has since been deleted, and I've started work on the next one. But I just wanted to, you know, remember where we came from, right? Reset freighter base. There it is. Completely destroyed. It's all gone. And before us, we have the opportunity to build once more. And this is the most recent save. I always keep a revolving 3 backup saves around me, just in case, because I've lost my save on this game twice over the years, and I will not have it happen again, so we got backups. Anyway, this is the just starting to build the new base, and making it more of a city, I think, is what I want. I want it to be more of like a cyberpunk kind of city, and less of just a ship base, you know. And so I wanted it to be open air, and you can do that now. And so it opens up. We got a waiting room. This is our little waiting room using the legacy base parts. And you get these things. You get these things when you finish expeditions, and so I put them on the walls like a little poster. I ran out of space, so I just did these, but there will be more expeditions eventually. And so hopefully we can fill the whole wall up with all the expeditions. Got a little save point here. A waiting area. A little coffee maker over here. You can get yourself a little pumpkin while you wait. And check yourself in before you enter the city. And it's ending up like it's going to be kind of a museum city. I'm not sure if I want full open air or not yet, but I've just started building it. I like the staircases. Got little robots and steam already coming out. Here we have the crash landed version of like my original ship. And so this is like a little automated AI assistant hologram that tells you about the history of iteration 0, and oh, this is what they looked like, and this was their ship, and there's a little infographic about it and everything, and it's we got it roped off. Yeah, it's gonna be like a relic city, and so there'll be a bunch of little museum areas for all the different stuff. I've only just barely started. I like these spinny things, so I started putting them between the stairs here. Just started with some signs, although they gave us some more signs, which is great. I haven't really done anything on the interiors of any of these different places quite yet. But it's all going to go eventually, and then so there's different ways. I got 3 levels so far here. So it's 3 stories, and then there's extra stairs up because I kind of wanted an outdoor area at the very top as well. It plays great 90s infotainment music. Yeah. So we got a top platform area, which I haven't quite done anything yet because it's, you know, it's a nice view. You get to see space. And sometimes if you're next to a space station, that triangle thing over there, you get to see the space station that you happen to be parked next to. And of course your massive guns, everything like that. So there's a little observation deck there, and that might be the portal room, I think, maybe, is what I'll do with it. And then have a little observation deck way up here. I might put a little chair. I put a little lawn chair and a little drink maker, maybe a little tent or something up here. So I have like the skeleton kinda. I would say this is like the skeleton is maybe a third done, probably. And then of course I gotta decorate stuff and put things places, and I gotta do something with this out here, figure out the lighting for everything, figure out where everything's gonna go and the interconnected teleports, what to do with all that. How much the museum encroaches onto the space in here, because I kind of like one of the important things is when you come through, you want to kind of see everything, right? So we got this thing in the start. I really like the staircases in the background, and you kind of zoom up, and I put some lights up there. So I want that initial walk in to be kind of as impressive as possible, so I got to think about sight lines. I started putting some stuff in different places, but eventually deleted it because I wanted the sight lines to these two signs in the background to be kind of visible no matter what. Anyway, it's a work in progress. We just started. But you're saying you recommend this game? Yeah, I would recommend this game. If you're a dirtily exploration kind of person who just wants to like find stuff, categorize stuff, and collect stuff in space. No Man's Sky plus whatever 30 free updates it got. They kind of won't, they just won't stop. They did another one a few days ago. Conceivably, they'll stop eventually. I don't know, when Light No Fire comes out, perhaps, or something like that. Teleporter doesn't go anywhere yet. Oh, you know, I need a settlement management position while I'm here. I'm just gonna build one real quick. Real quick. I gotta make some decisions in Xboxia, HeyWoah City, New Pakistan, and Cosmo Canyon. Gotta make some decisions real quick. You're so excited for the fantasy game, these guys? Light No Fire, yeah. I'm much more interested in space than fantasy, if the two have to fight against each other. And, you know, you're always going to be cautious because the launch of this one was bad, but I feel like they've probably learned from their mistake. You would imagine. So I'm cautiously... I'm just monitoring this. I'm monitoring this. Not exactly... I don't know if I'm going to snap instant buy it or anything like that, but I'm monitoring this. I think they've pretty much made up for any mistakes they've done to me. Our leading thinkers are close to a breakthrough, but cannot agree on what to prioritize. Should we invest in new industrial technology or direct research towards bolstering our anti-sentinel systems? I'm going to give you a robot that walks around with missiles and lasers to defeat sentinels. Don't worry about it. Keep pumping the atmosphere with beautiful black smoke, okay? I need that industry. I will protect you from sentinels. I got robots and shit. I can show up and kill them. Do more industry. Anyway, thanks for asking. Great work. Next is New Pakistan. Your understanding is a lot of the updates for this game are them working on tech to put into Light No Fire, so there's a lot of crossover utility. Yeah, that's my take on it as well, which is kind of smart. Damn, those guys are kind of clever. All right, what do you got for me, New Pakistan? Our scientists are worried by a recent mania for ferrite dust consumption among the citizens. They are at odds with the citizens, only 52 of whom would support a ban. Do not ban is citizen happiness. But it costs maintenance. Or ban ferrite dust consumption, -1 happiness, but way less maintenance. Ban, obviously. No drugs on Pakistan, the purple world. Only happiness. Government sanctioned and enforced happiness. I rule the different cities differently. Gotta keep up appearances. And then Cosmo Canyon, which someday I'll delete when I find a cooler planet. But I still might as well issue decrees when I'm asked. Citizens have petitioned with proposals for the development of a new industrial entity. Data indicates 98% approval for new construction. 98% approval? +1 population capacity? Well, this is a democracy after all. Approve. Anything to get more citizens. It's the hardest thing to... More citizens is the hardest thing to get. Oh, there's the Corvette. All right, there. Let's go build it. Yearn for the mines. They crave the mines. Give the people what they want, you know? %. I mean, you don't get votes like that. Actually, you really don't. It's impossible to get votes like that. If you get votes like that, you're probably a dictatorship. Who is either not counting the votes or having you vote at gunpoint. But not me. I'm going to start playing a weird game after I'm done with my chores here. That you may like. Construction complete. Alright, we got a bigger grabby arm. One more tier of grabby arm. Alright, it grabs it. And drops it. Goes in the square hole. Alright. Yeah, goes in the square hole. Good job. Very useful. Grand opening with fireworks. Alright, that's that. We got a pool here too, just in case. Citizens demanded the pool, gave them a pool. How do I escape this place? How do I get out? I'm not used to being here. This building? I forgot which building gets me out of this hole. I mean, great place. I mean this great place. Nope, this is the super boiler room. Dude, I haven't seen these things before. This is new, the robot creation suite. Brand new. Damn, it looks cool. I wish you could place that. I wish they'd let you put that down somewhere. You know, I do kind of like the Cosmo Canyon one. I might be sad when I have to destroy it. Decent amount of different areas, too. It's not the worst. Anyway. And finally, HeyWoah City. 2077. All right, what do you got for me? Several new research opportunities have arisen, but our experts are divided. One group insists we will fail without immediately developing new industrial technology. Another, okay, so this is another industrial units or bolstering anti-sense. So research geothermal unit or a cobalt factory. Once again, I can protect you from sentinels. Give me that sweet, sweet cobalt factory. This is HeyWoah City 2077 after all. I gave you guys a fucking robot. Oh wait, it's not walking around. Did I put it on autonomous? Hold on. Did I not put it on autonomous? Oh, there we go. Okay. Hey. Bro, you gotta walk around a little bit, okay? AI autopilot is active. You know, at least march around and make it look like you're protecting the citizens a little bit. Great for morale. See, the power is kind of flickering a little bit. Got a teleporter. Take me down to HeyWoah City, where there is no grass and the water is... Well, the water is in tubes. The water is just, We got water in tubes over here. We're good. Oh, the robot's stuck. Well, look, I wanted the city to feel claustrophobic with all the shit that I put everywhere, so sometimes the robot's going to get himself stuck. It can't be helped. But, you know, I don't have to worry about it too much. From my house in the sky made out of glass. A little funny museum in there. And my fireplace that is also a double orbital laser. Ground to space, just in case. You can actually fly to your Corvette now and land and just go inside it. Big Corvette gaming. Oh, dude, hey, Huskard on Mechatusk. What are you doing? What are you doing on the ceilings? He's like the Dark Knight. What's up, dude? Anyway, thanks for stopping by. You're talking about all the water out there being filled with cobalt runoff? Look, progress, you know, something about progress. It's worth it. Korvac's word for any. Nice. It's good for the T-zone. Yeah, it's good for the bones. This is a purple bubble planet, except it's no longer a purple bubble planet. Now it's a purple dust everywhere planet. Possibly because of some of my coal mines. Well, cobalt mines. The Hammerhead miner over here and the super space station over there. A little auspicious. It used to be a purple bubble planet. Now there's just volcanic ash raining from the sky at all times. But look, in HeyWoah Night City, you can become, okay? Let's never mind the sulfur mine planet. I have a planet for every type of mine you can do, and it's just like the most brutal, absolute terraforming disaster planets. HeyWoah City is for the habitable planets. The mining planets, back when I was trying to farm up 50,000 of every element, they, I don't even think, it's like under the ground now, yeah. It can't even fit on the fucking thing, that's funny. It's just solar panels, a bunch of storage facilities, and really tall mine stacks. This one isn't actually that funny. It's just that I almost fell through the ground because they didn't I made this before Corvettes existed, you see. There's one that's super weird as well. Is it Beholder Planet? What's Beholder Planet? Bubblegum Planet. Bone Farm Planet. Oh yeah, I was starting to make a port. What's the word? Was Salt Mine the worst planet? I can't remember. There's one that has perpetual terrible dust storms with lightning in them. Oh, this is a pretty peaceful one. It's basically a moon. And we got those stacks of mines. Alright, this one isn't so bad. I gotta move the landing pad. Or summon a different ship. Actually, I should probably summon a... I should call a different ship, huh? Solar ship, the Borg cube. Golden Vector. Maybe I'll summon a Sentinel ship. Just so it can actually fit on the fucking landing pad. Otherwise it's going to happen to every planet I go to. Okay, main ship changed, and then we can summon ship, and it should replace the Corvette, I hope. There. And then the next place I go... Oh yeah, this is a moon. I can tell, because the gravity's crazy. There's the beachfront property planet, which I have decided not to mine on. It's another base that I'll go ahead and make one of these days. But I just laid down kind of the skeleton of it. Now, the beachfront property planet. The Florida planet. Place has pink grass, iridescent blue water, native creatures that are like energy pyramid swirly whirly guys with, I guess, nuclear DNA kind of floating around in them, and silly springs, silly spring creatures instead of birds that just spring their way around in the sky. Really cool creatures that are natural to this place, kind of beautiful water, green spiky things, pink grass, yellow sky, just a good beachfront property. Oh, and it's got unbelievably nuclear translucent electric skeleton walkers. Like that guy over there. Sort of nightmare fuel, actually. But yeah, just very bizarre creatures on this planet. Look at that crazy guy. I'm getting 1,000 rads just standing next to it. Anyway, I haven't really done too much to disturb the local flora and fauna. to the point where I've even I haven't really built into the ground too much either. But I'll do something with this paradise planet one of these days. These crazy creatures. This one took forever to find. It's on a purple solar system. There's some other bases I'm going to get eventually, but I haven't yet. Oh, Paradise City, yeah. Speaking of Paradise City song, this one I just laid down the skeleton as well. Is this the Avatar planet, I wonder, from the movie Avatar? It's like red Avatar planet. I think this is... No, this isn't red Avatar planet. And it's at nighttime, so you can't quite see. I mean, it has a cool night skyline, right? Because you got the yellow half and the red half. And a bunch of cool things, but I haven't really done much with it yet. And it's an ocean planet, like way down there. Is most of the planet is covered in oceans. And I wanted to build a base that's connecting two different giant floating, essentially bowls of stuff. But they're cut out in a really neat way. And that goes all the way down into there, and I'm starting to build like a underwater, kind of an underwater base. So it'll be like a tri-connector. But this isn't the Avatar planet. Which one? Yeah, one tree. It's got a tree over there, just in case. And then there's Bubblegum Planet, which is just pink with bubblegums everywhere. Deepwater Horizon. Port HeyWoah is also kind of a beautiful planet, but what's the one? Nitrogen mine, radon mine, pink volcano world, neon goop planet. What's neon? Hold on. I'm kind of jogging my memory here. What's neon goop planet? Which planet is neon goop? Why would I call it that? You've been painting up some iron guts, and it's almost painful how great they are to paint. Iron guts are just really good to paint. A lot of skin, but everything's big, you know? And you get to get messy with their shit. Alright, so this is Lipton Alpha. Neon Goop Planet. Well, so far it's raining. It's 215 degrees Fahrenheit, which is pretty hot. Maybe I have to wait for the storm to subside before I can understand why it's a goop planet. We got kind of palm tree looking stuff. That's nice. Lethal humidity outbreaks on this planet, supposedly. Is it the creatures that are goop? Got something flying, but I can't see because it's too hot. Got a weird creature there, huh? And some weird cuttlefish looking things flying through the air. Well, I guess I have to wait for the storm to subside. Hey, remind me to go back to Neon Goop Planet and figure out why it's called that next time. Pink Volcano World. As soon as I remember, or as soon as I find the Avatar Red Planet again, the big muscles are exaggerated in a way that looks good despite the flat space. Big weapons, expressive faces. You can get wild with pants and belt, cute little slippers, yeah. This is a pink volcano planet. And it is called that because the planet has pink volcanoes. Or at least I recall it having that. Let's see if I can take flight and find any. Okay. Did it used to have pink volcanoes before they did some update that changed how some planets work? Maybe that's the case. If so, that would be too bad. Yeah, just stuff in the ground at the moment. My precious pink volcano planet. My apes ruined. Alright, I'll have to remember that and get rid of it. Now it's got these weird unidentified yellow things on it. Bone farm. Paradise. What's Beholder Planet? Does it have like terrifying creatures on it? Making sausage, mushroom, onion, puff pastry bites. HeyWoah is playing chill game, cool rainy day. D&D later? Damn. Who's got it better? Oh, Beholder Planet, huh? What's that? Those blue smoke trails that these pufferfish, the blue smoke trails, they look cool. That's sweet. Okay, so everything kind of looks completely horrific and alien on this planet, I guess. I haven't even scanned stuff here. I must have just fucked off, huh? Discovery. 241 degrees Fahrenheit. It's kind of hot here. It is a HeyWoah, and then flying fish that produce blue trails, which is kind of neat looking. I mean, the structures on this planet are quite horrific, for sure. Yep, that's terrifying. Might even have the huge bugs on it, but I don't think so. Pillar Gate Base, stained glass planet. Man, I really thought I had... It's not Bone Farm. Oh, Red Avatar Summer Home. Okay. It didn't have a picture of it. I was missing it. Red Avatar Summer Home. This is the next one that I'm going to work on, I think, after the freighter base is done. Truly a paradise planet. James Cameraman's avatar. With the floating islands and everything except it's all red. It's got double rainbows because of multiple suns. It's got flying giant worms. Those things are fucking huge. Big flying worms. It's got waterfalls that go off the edge into I don't know, like a 2,000-foot drop. So floating waterfall. Kind of paradise planet. Nice looking flora and fauna. Look at that. That's a cool looking little birch bark trees, kind of. There's a little bit of oil in the water, but don't worry about it. That's the unobtainium. It's got a planet very close to it, as you can see. A very close neighboring planet. Big worms. Anyway, shit's cash. Now I was trying to make a thing between both of the... I was trying to make a sky bridge between two of these, but it's like not quite... It's like slightly too big for teleporters to work. They bug out and then you fall to your death at the bottom, which is unideal. But, you know, that other one over there, it's basically the same as this one. If that one works, at least. Oh, and there's this nice little under stalagmite area. Stained glass planet. This is one of the first bases I think I made when I found a really cool planet that I still have. Stained glass world. It has these kind of invisible bubbles that are always bubbling up from the surface that make little warping effects. And everything here is made out of stained glass. And there are technically creatures. I wonder if the creatures are as well. Oh, dude, the creatures have propulsion. Look at these dudes. Dude, he's just zooming around. Little guy. Hey, buddy. Here, have some food. What is it? P. helius, anomalous animal. Age indeterminate, gender exotic, behavior methodical. It eats nitrous oxide. It weighs 150 kilograms. It's 3 meters tall. It respires anaerobically, and it makes hexaberries. Nice, dude. Good work. Oh, and there's a ringed planet in the skyline. Nice. Anyway, that's stained glass planet. I think it's kind of cool. Might build something here eventually. And everybody's probably seen pillar planets, but here's a pillar planet. The pillar planets always have pillar gates on them. And ancient gates and stuff, which is kind of cool. I think this is one of the planets that I've named myself, and it's called like Pillarius Metallica or something like that. Here's a pillar gate. And this is one of the wonders that you can go and find. Let's see if I can find an example of one. I think that's one there. Oh, that's a creature, by the way, this guy. Monchronitus. Non-uniform gender. It also eats nitrous oxide. It has blue blood. And it looks like a rock, and it just floats around. These things here, this guy, the glitching separator, and you can middle mouse button to pick it up. And then in your inventory, you have a glitching separator. You can learn how to craft them. You can, anyway, it's you can put it in your base, and it's one of the, I think there's like 7 of them from, they made like rare weird planets like this one. There's like 6 or 7 of them, I want to say, from a very long time ago. And you can go and find like an example of one of their weird architectures and then go put it in your base, and it's sort of like the original 7 wonders of rare planets. They're kind of common now. Or, well, they're not common, but by now everyone's kind of found them. But anyway, it's just a cool thing you can get. Ever see a chameleon planet naturally? You've heard they exist, but never plugged in the coordinates. I don't know. It's hard to tell because I mean, I've been on planets that looked a certain way and then looked absolutely completely different once you land, but stuff like that might be a bug. The thing that I have found in the wild twice now are a big planet that is being swallowed by a smaller planet, where each of the planets are connected and they're like glitching into each other, and so you can jump from one of the planets all the way to the other one, even though you really shouldn't do that, because if you land somewhere in the middle, you'll get sucked into the center and die. I found 2 of those naturally so far, the double planets. And a bunch of paradises. I don't think I've ever quite found a perfect Earth yet. I was looking for a perfect Earth for a long time, and I've gotten pretty close. The closest I ever found to Earth was, yeah, it was very close, but it had super high sentinel activity and like one weird thing about it, and I can't remember what the weird thing was, but I went looking for. It's interesting that there's like a kind of a subculture of No Man's Sky players that are just looking for Earth, like trying to find something that's as close to Earth as possible. They give you every combination of planets ever, and then people are still just looking for Earth, which is funny. You can go anywhere in the universe. Where do you want to go? Home. Yep. How human. Oh, I forgot I put a teleporter up there. Oh, I can't send guys out on missions because I'm rebuilding my entire base, and so I didn't put a room filled with mission terminals yet. I can't actually send people out for missions. Whoops. No Man's Sky become Who Man. Oh yeah, they also they give us new Corvette parts. You have to unlock them by doing the expedition, which I will be doing this weekend. But after doing that, I got to see what kind of weird-ass Corvette I can make. People have been doing some crazy ones, which is super sweet. I have one that I'm pretty happy with, and then of course I made a meme one, which is just the Borg cube. It's like the first thing you do when you get the entire like custom gummy ship thing is, well, I'm gonna make a Borg cube and see how it works out. Let's do it. Sentinel ship. Double Eden. That one is unfinished. Borg cube. There it is. There it is, boy. It's the Borg cube. You can't even see anything from the pilot chair because you shouldn't need to. Barely fits inside the door to get into the space station. Bum, 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 bum. Anyway, it's funny. Unfortunately, I ran out of size. You can't make it a perfect cube. But I think they increased the size limit, and they might increase the size limit again. Or number of pieces limit, hopefully. And then I can make an even cubier Borg cube. And we'll switch back to the other Corvette. The Fist of Science. Oh yeah, I was gonna make a train. Because it'd be extra appropriate. I was gonna make a giant space train, but that's gonna take forever. And have to use a whole bunch of like inside the base parts. The thing that gave me the idea was this item here. Where is it? Is it in these? Yeah, this item here, the industrial pump. Because the industrial pump, if you size it up, like the front of it kind of looks like a train, you know? And so I think I could work with it. I think it's got promise. We could do something about it. Anyway, so that's the next project for Corvettes. Is which was the ship that I always use? It's either Sentinel ship is good or solar ship. I kind of like the solar ship. Because when it's landed, it sort of looks like an F-15. Actually, it doesn't. But it looks vaguely humanish. Is this the one that I juiced up? No, this is the one that I took apart. Okay, so I scrapped this one for cool parts. Which one is the cool parts one? The Starborn Runner? Nope. Infraknife. I mean, it's got everything else and even these, but I think I salvaged the Infraknives for something else. I only have the best possible statistical upgrades to, I think, 2 Infraknife ship worth instead of just 1. It's got to be the Sentinel ship, I think. Or it's in the Corvette, as if I'm going to use that thing. Yep, okay. So it's the... It is the Sentinel ship. You can fly a space train in Starbound? Hell yeah. The RV. The handling on Sentinel ships is so sick. The only crazier thing you can get is with a solar sail ship. Technically, you can get higher maneuverability with it. But the Sentinel ship, all the other stats are better, so... And it's got a little transformer thing when it takes off and lands. Extra cool. There's a cool quest to unlock it as well. Of course, the number 7 over there, the classic. The first original ship you get, Golden Vector, White Squid Ship, which I think the White Squid Ship over there is technically still the rarest ship. I mean, the game has moved on a lot since it was back then, which was all about, like, insanely low odds, crazy ship hunting stuff. Now, it's kind of about, like, building your coolest ship with these Corvettes, which I think is a nice evolution. A fine place to go. Anyway, this whole place should look like HeyWoah City 2077 next time. I got to fill it up with all sorts of neon lights and passages and claustrophobic spaces and smoke and tubes and orbs and just whatever. I got to fill it up with all that stuff. But it's not a... I don't think it's a building stream exactly. I have one last thing on the docket. The cream. And cream, yeah. I got one last thing on the docket today, and that's a game that looks like a meme, and it might be, but it might be fun and weird as well. And I purposely didn't look up really anything about it too much. It just looks crazy. And I was waiting for it to go 75% off. And by gum, it went 75% off. And it's called... I continuously cannot remember what it's ever called. Hypnospace Outlaw. And so that's the next one we're going to be playing. And that'll be right now. As soon as I go get a drink. Maybe order a pizza or something. All right, everybody, get up and stretch your legs. Playing a brand new game pretty soon. On the BRB screen. All right. Sorry that took an extra long amount of time, chat. But someone came to my door. Someone came to my door, and I was given this. I was handed this by a person at my door. And I had to interact with a human. And so, sorry about the delay. But there it is. Now, it wasn't the cops again. It's not unfortunately it's not a funny story. It could have been a funny story, I guess, but I was handed this piece of paper here. It says Liberation Forum, defending our communities from ICE terror, is what it says. Yeah, not a rival wizard. It's happening on the 29th, which is a few days from now, but it's happening outside, so I will not be going. Join the Madison branch. So yeah, it's I don't know what they're going to do about defending our communities from ICE terror. That's really on the governor and the president. Like, that's it. It's those two things. But I don't know. Hey, all right. Just got here. What did you miss? I had to interact with a person. They knocked on my door. And I was given a Liberation Forum defending our communities from ICE terror pamphlet here. And there's going to be a gathering. I don't want to get controversial here, but I don't really like the way that ICE is handling things. Is it the most lukewarm pushback you could ever imagine? You know, I don't much care for how ICE is operating. If you're law enforcement, you should not be able to mask your face. You should be visible, have a badge number, and have a responsibility for what you're doing. Can't put police in masks, just grabbing people. It's not how it should be done. Hopefully they'll be wearing inflatable costumes. Yeah, the better to spray pepper spray into. Join the Madison branch of the Party for Socialism and Liberation for a night. Oh, no, never mind. No, fuck off. We happen to agree on a few things, but actual socialism, no. No thanks. Never mind, you ruined it. Oh well. Completely ruined. Oh well. Tangentially related to the Watchmen TV show is super good. I don't think I ever watched the Watchmen TV show. Who watches the Watchmen TV show? I think I ever watched that one. Moderates tend not to have brunch meetups. Us moderates, we meet up in the voting booth, usually. Which is something I wish the super far ones did more often. Might get them somewhere. Show was fine. I don't know, I'm kind of afraid of looking into any other Watchmen stuff because the original comic is so good and I just feel like, man, spin-offs are probably just not going to be good, you know? But look at me assuming, I guess, right? Deals a lot with mask policing and came out about 6 years back. Okay. It was not as good as the original. I don't know that it could be. It's also a different medium, you know? I don't know. I remember seeing a preview for it, and it looked a lot like what I would later roll my eyes about for The Boys, right? It was never going to meet Alan Moore's expectations. Well, meeting his expectations, I don't know. He, famously not the most agreeable man, although was given plenty of reason not to be very agreeable. So, hey, all right, you know? It was super different from the tone and message from the original. Yeah, but the tone and message of the original was really, you know, it was written for a time and a place. And it's a time and a place that we're very not in anymore, you know, the original. Yeah, extra for of the current era. Anyway, I got a whack-ass game to play. I think I put myself in the category of it, or I should have. Are we categorizing? Yeah, Hypnospace Outlaw. The space. I think it's point and click, I want to say. I believe. No more robots. Okay, I'm in. Hypnospace Outlaw. Yeah, look at that. We got interlacing. It's not enough to be pixel art. We're interlaced as well. Damn, that's sick. Hold B to enter BIOS? Sure. Hey, this is fun. It's like an old, you know, you got the old computer starting up with that Energy Star thing on it. I assume this is the settings, right? It had hold B to enter BIOS. I wanted to enter BIOS. Enable console. So this is maybe a RenP-ish game. I mean, that's not too fair of an assumption. Plenty of games have consoles, right? Custom hippie voice. No thanks. I got enough hippie voice when I was dealing with a socialist outside my door. Thank you very much. Portable mode. No thanks. Aggressive audio memory management. Experimental aggressive audio. Chill. Non-integer full screen scaling. Experimental. May look very bad. I mean, it looks very bad, but it's kind of supposed to. So hey, all right. Sure. Return to Hypnos, view boot logos, reset, and then download credits. Okay. Anyway, let's return to Hypnos. Or let's reset the BIOS. Return. All right. Okay, so Hypnos Enforcer Edition login. We got mouse trails. All right. We got a little hourglass happening at random times for no reason. I guess we'll register as Enforcer 01. Enter name. HeyWoah.
HeyWoah. HeyWoah. HeyWoah. HeyWoah.
Yeah, that's fine. Classic Microsoft fake voice. Hypnospace is essentially you dealing with a browser. Should be easy to interface with. The mouse trails. Okay, we're getting really like Windows 95 vaporwave from this, aren't we? Dude, a spinning wallpaper? You couldn't do that. You couldn't do that. Double click to begin. So the year is 1999. September 5. Damn. That's a good year for video games, dude. 99? Hell yeah. Dude, I was currently playing EverQuest, probably, at the time this game takes place. Enforcer Edition. Let's double click.
The future is you. Your passion.
I'm the future.
Your
Skated.
imagination. Your hard work.
Crime.
And now, with the help of Hypnospace, you have the tools and the time to make it a reality. Witness the dawning of a new world.
It's meta.
Where sleep time is no longer downtime. It's where the future is built.
Sleep time is work
Built
time.
by you. Hypnospace.
I already love this game. Sleep time is work time. Merchant
Welcome
Soft.
to Hypnospace Patrol Department Enforcer Training.
Begin training, exit. Okay. I guess I could have clicked on that other stuff, but I'll do that later. What did you just walk into? We're training. Sleep time is now work time. Begin. Oh, hell yeah. We got some mist.
Thank you for volunteering to help keep our wonderful community of Hypnospace citizens safe.
HypnoS Enforcer Edition is different from the standard version of HypnoS in several key areas.
Okay.
This tutorial will guide you through everything you need to know to best serve your fellow Hypnospace citizens and earn HypnoCoin along the way. Let's do this.
Oh, HypnoCoin? Oh, select a topic. What's this? What's that guy? What's that guy doing there? Using Hypnos.
Direct your attention to the top of your desktop,
Okay.
and you'll notice the HypnoS info bar. From left to right, this handy toolkit features quick access to
the settings menu,
Okay.
the quick switcher, the application menu,
Okay.
the current date and time,
Sticky notes.
the HypnoCoin balance, the restart and log off buttons. Make sure to click the log off button to save your progress and safely exit HypnoS.
The info bar may be repositioned anywhere along the top or bottom of your desktop.
Oh. Click next to continue. I'm learning. We're learning, chat. Prodigy's browser never looked so good. Where's my net zero wizards at?
Hippie, also known as the Hypnospace Intelligent Intermediary, is your digital helper. He'll notify you when you receive important messages.
Oh, what's that guy?
And even alert you to new HypnoS system updates. Hippie is always happy to help.
Here's a useful tip. Right-click any text in
Hypnospace,
and Hippie will read it out loud.
Whether you're new to Hypnospace or a veteran citizen, you've come to the right place. Our experienced guides will take you on a virtual tour through some. Hippie is your digital helper. He'll notify you when you receive important messages, and even.
Okay, you have to click his exposed brain, and then that stops him from talking. Dude at the door gave you an AOL free CD.
Thank you for volunteering to help keep our wonderful community of Hypnospace citizens safe.
HypnoS Enforcer Edition is different from the standard version of HypnoS.
Okay,
in
it's just
several
doing that
key
again,
areas.
so we'll go to Chime.
Is an easy way to remember the 5 types of violations that we'd like enforcers to keep an eye out for. C stands for content infringement. H is for harassment. I for illegal activity. M for malicious software. And E is for extra-legal commerce. Find more information in the HSPD handbook.
Handbook, huh?
The HSPD Enforcer Dashboard is a special secure program that only our volunteer enforcers have access to.
I bet.
The inbox allows you to receive messages from Merchant Soft, Hypnospace, or HSPD dispatch agents. You may also receive automated communications from Hypnospace pages.
Some messages come with files attached. Attached files will appear at the top of the
Downloading
message and
illegal
look like
content.
this. Attached files will be downloaded to your HypnoS download manager.
Illegal content due to a skeleton smoking a blunt with a top hat, a gun, blood handprints. Yep, looks like illegal content to me.
The Cases tab opens as a database of all cases you've accepted.
Most of your time will be spent on cases assigned to you by an HSPD dispatch agent. Cases are generated in response to complaints from Hypnospace citizens or leads from the Hypnospace security team.
Once a violation has been found, the offending citizen's name will be listed here. Click to jump to the page where the violation was removed from.
Once all reported
Note to intern
violations have been
re-record.
found in
Funny.
a case, you may close it by clicking the Close Case button. Upon closing a case, you will earn a bonus payout of 5 HypnoCoin per violation reported.
This guy's just moving all around, isn't he? In the future, they made Blood, the groundbreaking 3.5D FPS, illegal. This is magically scuffed. Wonderful.
The Cases tab opens as a database of all cases you've accepted.
Oh, wait.
Most of your time...
I looked at that already.
The version of Hypnospace Explorer you'll be using has been modified with an expanded search feature, enabling you to find unlisted pages by searching for the tags that they contain.
Bad Citizen McGee's page. Just try and stop me,
Use
enforcer.
the stamp system to keep track of which pages you visited. View the stamped page list to revisit your stamped pages.
Stamped pages, okay.
Hypnospace's citizens place the pages they've built in our themed zone communities. You will be given search and browsing access to zones only if you've been assigned them by a dispatch agent. Your assigned zones will be listed in the HSPD Zone Access Hub. To return to the Zone Access Hub at any time, click this icon or use this keyboard shortcut.
Control H for home.
The Citizen Data dialog will show a citizen's name, age, place of residence, as well as the unique ID number for the Hypnospace headband unit they're using. This information is only visible to HSPD enforcers or Hypnospace security team members and may not be shared. Access the Citizen Data dialog by clicking this button in Hypnospace Explorer, this button next to the message sender in your inbox, or here in the File Manager.
Oh, okay. Enforcement tools.
Your version of Hypnospace Explorer has also been modified to include an enforcement tool. If you spot text or images that appear to be in violation of Chime, first click on the enforcement tool. Once the toolbar appears, select which Chime law has been violated.
You may also press the numbers 1 through 5 on your keyboard to quickly select a law.
After that, click on the offending content to report it. If a citizen's content is found to be in violation, they will accrue violation points, and you'll be rewarded with HypnoCoin.
Dude, HypnoCoins. Yes. Time to clean up the mean streets of GeoCities. Hell yeah. Time to turn Hellfire into Angel Fire.
If a citizen has accrued 4 or more violation points, their account will become flaggable. Click the flag button at the top of any of the citizens' pages to alert MerchantSoft security team, and they'll promptly review the case to determine if further disciplinary action is necessary.
Please use this sparingly, they tell me. I will not.
Because you may be asked to report citizens engaged in harmful, malicious, or illegal activity, your former account will be temporarily deactivated. You may not send messages or other outgoing communications to HypnoS citizens for the duration of your volunteer service.
Please browse the HSPD Headquarters Zone for more in-depth information on using HypnoS Enforcer Edition.
All right.
Welcome to Hypnospace Patrol Department Enforcer Training.
Important message received from MerchantSoft.
Oh, let's check.
Important message received from dispatch. Adrian and Dylan Merchant here, co-creators of Hypnospace and founders of MerchantSoft. We would like to personally thank you for volunteering to help us keep Hypnospace safe. You will be assigned cases automatically based on reports by Hypnospace citizens or activity we've noticed here at the Hypnospace Security Center. Look forward to receiving your first one shortly.
I just did. Have fun, the Merchant Brothers. Oh. Okay, I did just watch that entire intro and all of those things. I have retained none of it. So let's try to do our first one, huh? Oh, we got a gooper screen. I'm already in the goop.
Hello HeyWoah. This is a content infringement notice regarding any content that copies or bears the likeness of 1962 cartoon character Gumshoe Gooper. Look through your assigned zones for at least 3 possible violations and utilize your enforcement tool to check them. An image 1962 cartoon character Gumshoe Gooper is attached to this message.
Gumshoe Gooper, eh?
Downloading Gooper screen.
I wonder how realistic this is. Do you think it's done downloading yet? There it is. Oh, there he is. Good old 1962 Gumshoe Gooper. What's that? What does this do? Oh, it just opens another one. Just in case. Oh, and then we can do that. Can I put that here? Nice. All right. Any mouse gestures? God damn it. Yeah, they wouldn't have had that kind of advanced technology back then. All right, music volume, sound volume. We can blast it. Sound effects theme, autoplay, voice speech. Yeah, we're good. Display, wallpaper. Oh, we can I change my wallpaper? Hell yeah. This is obnoxious. Let's do this one. Oozle drip. What's oozle drip for our screensaver? Okay. Do planets. Okay, kind of cool. Bricklayer. Oddly satisfying. Snixels. I mean, that's all right. What about normal oozle? Ew, disgusting. Dude, I'm thinking Snixels because it's kind of like tubes, or bricklayer. Dude, I want to lay some bricks, dude. Sure. Oh, pizzazz. The mouse trail. What if it was 100 mouse trail? Dude, that's a long mouse trail. All right, we can go back to 15. Cursor theme. Oh, dark cursor. Woodland Lodge. What did they mean by this, chat? What did they mean by that? Classic. Oh, this is nice and classic. It's too big, but nice and classic. I'm gonna stick with default. Big HUD mode. Do big HUD. Woodland butt plug. All right. Okay, what else? That'll bring up the settings. So will that, I guess. Quick switch. App menu. Okay, so it's just these things except up here instead. Got it. What's my treasure chest? Your launcher is hungry. Drag some icons to it. Oh. Oh, dude, I can move this around. Let's fucking go. All right, I'm learning. I'm learning. Hypnospace Explorer. Toonbox. Sticky notes. Restart, and then log off, which is how you save it. Okay. I think it's time, right? So we saw this guy, the Goopster. So any copyright infringement of the Goopster, and we'll put him on the desktop to help us learn, right? So we'll shrink him down. We'll shrink him down. We'll put him over here, right? So I can be as time efficient as possible. So we can learn. And then Enforcer dashboard. My assigned zones, and we need 3 possible violations. All right, go to my assigned zone. Hypnospace Explorer. Welcome to Hypnospace. Rated best sleep time social network for ArcMag. Need help? Come here. All right, so we got Hypnospace Central, the cafe, Good Time Valley, and of course the headquarters. All right. What do all of these mean? I think they're just different bookmarks, right, is what they're trying to do. Hypnospace logo with stylized sun in the background. Nice. Welcome to Hypnospace Central. Colorful 3D rotating Hypnospace citizen home. Okay.
Hypnospace logo with stylized animated sun in background.
Whether you're new to Hypnospace or a veteran citizen, you've come to the right place. Scroll down and click on the multicolored page. Cards to check out the Global Newsroom, our virtual newspaper, and then read Hypnospace guides for exclusive material from the celebs you love. Whoever you are, you're home in Hypnospace. Hell yeah. Need help using it? Watch this brief video series for beginners. Global Newsroom. And what are these zeros next to it? Lost? And nice, it's got a top. Ooh. No violation points. Model citizen. Merchant soft status. Hypnospace is amazing. There they are. Damn. I don't want to read through all that. Global Newsroom, Hypno Cure. Oh, and there's one lost guide. What does this 2 mean? What does that mean? Maybe it's the number of times I've gone there. Let's see if I click on it again and go back. Yeah, now 3. Okay, it's been 3. So these are all merchant soft things. Let's go to the cafe, shall we? Cafe is a relaxed zone for Hypnospace citizens of any shape, size, or color. Oh, even shapes? Join the cafe to learn the ropes before jumping into one of our other zones. Alright, stamp. Oh, I see. So stamp views. Page down. It's kind of like a water boiling coffee pot kind of noise, just a little bit in the background. Oh, there he is. Artie Dispenza, eco artist. In Artie's inimitable visual stylings have been the face of the Earth Haze movement since its inception. Man, machine, and nature can work together. You have 111 pals on Chit Chat. Let's go. Hand-colored texture. Genuine, natural, homemade. Third eye, rapid eye movement, triangles, unity. Information. Okay, and then all sorts of symbols, yeah. Nice. It's got all 6 planets. And now just they're all Hypnospace, okay. Tech Club. Dylan. Hi, I made Hypnospace. DM Noise Pusher. Hey, RM. Adrian's in, but no, he's a great guy. The Sleep Time Network. Gearhead Greg. Like says what they are. It's me. There he is. It's me. I mean, it's 244 pals. Let's go to his real website. What in the world? Jazz's software reviews. Oh, he's taking a little rest. His Hypnospace is making him too tired during the day. Making him too tired during the day. Be right back, 1 min.
I'm bored.
How am I today? Great. This game is super funny so far. Very, just funny. Good sense of humor. Nice aesthetic. Everything looks fun. Some cool attentions to detail. I have no idea. I kind of know what I'm supposed to be doing, but not really. It looks like all of these websites that I'm going to are like official company websites, and so I might be in the wrong place entirely. I don't know where to find actual people to start looking for the copyright case. But I'll get it eventually. Chit Chat for Hypnos.
The world's #1 online chat program is now available on HypnoS. Chit Chat is the way to exchange messages with your friends, family, and co-workers on HypnoS.
It's just the same guy. It's just the same guy and everyone. That's great. Oh, we can't do it. It's illegal. Barnaby's Chair is an American alternative rock band taking the music world by storm. Giving It Time is a masterfully crafted tour de force of folk rock songwriting and inventive literary lyricism. Listen to the samples below. I will not. Esoteric records. Official Hypnospace partner brand, huh? Okay, that was in the cafe. And then there's Good Time Valley. Oh, Merca. For those who remember the way things used to be. Hell yeah, brother. Ever wonder what happened to home-cooked meals, good music, and putting in a hard day's work? In Good Time Valley, we remember the way things used to be. Abby's World, Bow Pose, Burning Rubber 50s page, Granny Cream. Wait, really? Hot butter ice cream, tasty and healthy too. We call it Heat and Sip. The Heat and Sip. Hypnospace Heaven. Scotty here. I am the community leader for Good Time Valley. Mr. Old Fashioned. He's got a little icon next to him. My page. Help. Help. Ooh, could this be plot? Hi, I just signed in. Hello? Help. How do I get help? Please. That's good. Like a default page setup, except with some vaguely suspicious stuff. Subscribing or remove this ad. Funny. We don't mess around at Terry's General Store. Best deals in Hypnospace. Guaranteed. My Hypnospace page. Got a football helmet. We're here to edit this text. Bobby here. I am 63 years old. I am married to a beautiful lady and have 3 kids. I retired last year from 20 years as senior foreman at Borland Construction South and completed over 200 projects during my time there. If you want to know more, just ask. I like American League football. Tony Libretti Jr. is a good man. Don't you forget it. This is a link. Oh, it can't be found. This is another link. Oh, it can't be found. All right. So far, no copyright infringement. Oh, Terry's General Store. Oh, look at the flames. T-Space Aries. From Terry's General Store, you can find all the highest quality backgrounds, stickers, screensavers. We got TE down here. Help me get these thumbs up. Hands off my page. I only want one. Please. I don't want any more thumbs up. More stickers coming soon. Do not ignore if you don't repost this Teresa demonic doll. We'll visit you tonight. Okay. You have to repost it then. Yeah. We did not expect Kappa
Wait a minute,
Cash.
how big it is? Oh, okay.
Thanks to bits, Artorias. We just need to dig into this. Playing modded Battle Brothers and you got a neat party member. I just need an immunity dog and I'm safe. Let's start from the top and just go down. What about Granny Cream? Granny Cream's hot butter ice cream.
Take the hot butter, mix it with the ice cream, freeze it up cool, you can see it on your screen. Put it in your microwave, make it real hot like a soup or a dip. We call it heat and sip. Very tasty and healthy too. Granny Cream's hot butter ice cream.
Heat and sip. The heat and sip. We call it heat and sip.
Granny Cream's hot butter ice cream. We take the hot butter, mix it with the ice cream, freeze it up cool, you can see it on your screen. Put it in your microwave, make it real hot like a soup or a dip. We call it heat and sip. Very tasty and healthy too. Granny Cream's hot butter ice cream.
All right, we gotta record those clips. Those are going in commercials for sure, right? What about Bopo's? Bopo's Fine Meats. Always the biggest, always the best, always delicious. Extra thick chips. Look for Bopo's extra thick chips. These are all cost bits. Nice meat saver. Repack. All right, Bopo, he's on the good list. He's on the good boy list. Oh, born to ride, live, riding, or die riding. Whoa. You're from the class of 50, get a hold of me. Everything's copyright. Carl. Crank and hog that one. True Patriot. So these are the true patriots. And then these are the Christians. The true Christians.
Zones. Places for people to feel the same. Places for people to feel different. All their own. On their own. Together. I have a place in the middle. Between the angels. They tell me it's a blue moon.
Spoken word recordings. Okay.
My sheets, slashes of red across my
Oh,
pillow.
Pete Cool Punk reading.
You gotta drink it up.
Whoa.
All night. Then you gulp it down. They tell me it's a blue moon. Zones. Places for people to feel the same. Places for people to feel different. All their own.
Creativity, eh? Noble Warlock's design studio. Oh, shit. Welcome to Noble Warlock. I'm here to fulfill all your Hypnospace page design. I do 3D graphics. Dude, this guy knows what's up about website creation. Look at him. It's the staff from Heretic. If you are wondering about the Celtic graphics on my page, that is because I am actually of Celtic descent. My Celtic culture was not celebrated by my family, but I recently uncovered evidence that I am indeed related to the ancient Celts. Who would have thunk it? More about me. I made a self-portrait 3D version of myself. Hell yeah. Fun fact, Arlen for Obi means noble warlock in Celtish. Download my erythral wallpapers? No, thank you. Damn, this dude. So he slams it on the ground, the blast.
Zone.
Alright, we gotta go back. We have to go back to the beginning of Good Time Valley. Alright, I have not found any copyright violations yet. But I am searching, I am like surfing the internet in 94. Welcome to Hypnospace Haven. Outer Hypnospace Haven. Sandy for community leader. Wait a minute. Endorsed by Gumshoe Gooper himself? Here he is playing at Sandy's future inauguration. No. Content infringement, Your Honor. Bang. I, HeyWoah, submit this evidence as proof that citizen Abby Wrights 58 has violated law. Content infringement. Well done, enforcer. Give me those Chuck E. Cheese dollars. Eat shit, Kathy. Judge not unless you're me.
Hi, I am Mr. Old Fashioned. I am happy to be the community leader for Good Time Valley even though I don't know why they picked me. I think it's because I have good behavior, but that is because I don't ever use Hypnospace other than for listening to songs. HAHA. If you are having trouble you can contact me, but I am sometimes busy and I'm also not on Hypnospace every night. Well, bye. Scotty.
Any poems? Pete, what kind of poetry you write? Poem 1, The Renegade Lubba. I am a lover. I'm a renegade man. Where's it going? No. No. Please. Is that part of the poem? The heart of a rebel. Dude, the heart of a rebel. The heart of a rebel. Long night of trucking. Is this dude Peter Hunt? All poems copyright Peter Hunt. 1981, 1999. Pete. I'm an over-the-road trucker, mostly East Coast these days. If you have heard from Renegade Lover over CB, that's me. I take it slow when I can, and make sure to write one poem a day. Hell yeah, brother, same. Now I'm glad I'm only on a free trial. Bye-bye, Hypnospace. New study. Radiation. Teenagers be crazy now. If you don't know what these are, your teen is as good as dead. Oh, fuck. Pre-shonking. 12 weeks, died 2 weeks later. Rippin' pepperoni, taken too soon. Time for a little R&R. Disclaimer, not me, I just like this photo. Hey, alright. Note to any enforcers out there, I have my eyes on you. If this system wasn't rigged, why do you have to hide? Nice boots. Any boot havers? And then friend links. Everything copyrighted Reginald Roberts 98, except painting of cowboy, don't know who did it. Do you have the rights to use that photo? He does not have the rights to use the photo, but we are not supposed to just content infringe. We don't care about content infringement. We only care about content infringement for Goopy Badger, the 1962 cartoon character. We don't care about any other copyright, just Goop, whatever the Goopy Badger guy is, or Gumshoe Gooper, something like that. And then Noble Warlock designed this. Damn, I know his work anywhere. Nice skull. Good Times Scam Watch. Did someone try to scam you? Download a virus or adware? Send me a message. Do not download this program. It constantly shows you advertisements and you have to pay to stop it. Update. You can stop Professor Helper by going to this page and paying these fools. This should be illegal. Nice. Virus alert. You can cure this virus by using HypnoCure. Okay. Well, we don't care about that. That's legitimately just straight up a virus, but we don't care. We only care about the 1962 comic book character, Goop. I can't remember what the guy's name is. Goop or something. There's Sandy. Oh, Humor Picture Gallery. Let's go. Burst with Laughter, BWL. Excuse me, that's Blackwing Lair, okay? First up is Gumshoe Gooper and his grumpy partner Detective Frank up to their old antics again. I hear you, Detective Frank. A little bit of sarcasm for the day. And finally, some wisdom for the kids. Now, is this fair use? Actually, yes. But we are banning it. I don't know about the specific content infringement copyright rules of this made-up planet. I assume it's just an elaborate searching for the image quest, but maybe not. Okay, so there's no fair use or anything. We're just kill them. Just hammer them. Give them the hammer. And I'm looking for one more. Oh, there it is. The Warlock must have made this. I bet the Warlock made this. Haven't been to Abby's World. Gumshoe Gooper art from your first grade class. A born criminal. Yep, none of this is okay. This is all incorrect. Prank 'em, John. Also,
you've got Hypno Mail.
This is based on Gooper. That's not okay either. You can't draw your own picture of it. Fan art is illegal. Yep, and here we go as well. First grade is no excuse. There's no better time to start learning the law than in first grade. Eat shit.
Important message received from dispatch.
Man, I just can't stop breaking the law. No, that's not alright. You need express written permission. No violated. That's Gumshoe Gooper. What do you mean? Just because it doesn't look like him at all, doesn't mean he didn't break the law. You're on thin ice, Todd. You're on thin fucking ice, Todd. You're lucky. My Gumshoe Gooper graphics are being deleted for content infringement. Last I checked, old cartoons are not illegal. Pray I do not alter this deal further. Anyway, I got mail and I don't know how to check it. Inbox. You've solved your first case.
Great job, HeyWoah. Remember to close the case to earn your bonus after you've found all reported violations. Finding more than the minimum number of violations will result in a higher bonus. Cases may stay open for as long as you'd like. We will assign you new cases as they come in regardless. The case closure bonus exists solely to encourage more thorough investigations. This is a content infringement notice regarding any content that copies or bears the likeness of 1962 cartoon character Gumshoe Gooper. Look through your assigned zones for at least 3 possible violations. Citizen Zane_Rocks_14 has been reported for harassment in the zone Teentopia. Please look for possible violations and utilize your enforcement tool to report and remove them. If Zane_Rocks_14 is found in violation, and you deem it necessary, please flag their account so the HSPD security team can look into the issue further.
Okay, so they may be unlisted, but I can still search for them with search tags. For kids aged 13 to 18, Teentopia. No adults allowed. Teentopia is a safe, totally awesome hangout for teenagers. Already suspicious. April the Angelic Hampter. Yeah, red flags. I love Zane. Zane Rocks 14. I'm awesome. Okay. Harassment case, huh? Oh shit. Dude, we got a badass over here. A few things you should know about me. I run a secret page. It isn't in the listings. You can only get to it if you get the link. If you're lame, don't even think about it. Seepage is the best band in the flippin' world. Big Z Studios? Oh shit, they're Seepage, dude. I have a girlfriend named Jessica. Sorry, ladies. Check back here later in case I'm single, but I don't plan on it. This is the most like Linkin Park coded fake band we've ever seen. Seepage Curdle, Psycho Syndicate. He likes Squisher too. Second annual Dumpies. All right, so he runs a secret page that we'll have to look into. He likes squishies, and Jessica is his girlfriend. So we got Squishers. So he might be, you know, Squish Kid. I love Zane. Jessica White's page. He's so cool. There he is. He's the most incredible boyfriend. He knows how to treat a girl right. I'm a huge fan of his comic books. Alright, it's just a, and then just a dolphin. Okay. Great page. Great page, Jessica. Good work. Welcome to Squisher's World. Oh, this is, what's that ink game for kids? Where you just spray ink everywhere and then there's like weird octopus children. Splatoon. Yeah, this is Splatoon. I think Jessica is just his alt page. That's my guess already. Jessica doesn't exist. I collect all squishers, but not for sparklies. Sparklies are hard to get because they almost never in squisher packs. If you have a sparkly, send me a message and I trade with you. Hell yeah. Oh, the champion badge? Oh, the Monarch handheld, dude. Sick. Okay. What was the other squishy page? Are you a squisher champion?
Squishers are really cool. Squishers are so much fun. There's slimy, gooey animals, Jurassic wolves, and so much more. Buy and squish them, you gotta collect them all. Squishers, squishers.
Okay, so that just goes there. I wonder if I can type in search terms up here. Timageddon, the brassy kid. I'm now taken by Jennifer. Okay. Triple Decker, the pizza dream. Goofs and the official Zane Sucks Club badge. Let's face it, Zane sucks. He's probably ugly in real life, so he has to go online and be an asshole to everyone. His mom probably drives him to school. What a mother flippin' little moron. Oh no, his teeth are falling out. Help him. Share this badge on your page if you agree that Zane sucks. This is harassment. They're harassing Zane. It turns out Zane wasn't harassing other people. He's being harassed. This is harassment. This is harassment. Zane is... He is the victim here. Justice for Zane. Well done, Enforcer. Give me that fucking money. Zane sucks it. That's not allowed. Removed due to the law. Removed. You can't say anything bad about anyone for any reason ever. It's against the law. Alright, we've successfully removed everything. Oh, there's another one. There's another one. Get it. Yeah. Nice try, kid. Howard's life trick. Send me money. Stop sending me hypno coins. Don't, Nate. Cooking tricks, camping tricks, family tricks, office tricks. Wow. Amazing. What about Timogeddon? Oh shit, Timogeddon, dude. You probably don't belong here. If you require entertainment, read the sad tales of the digital parasites. Who will watch The Watchmen? Only those with true sight may enter. Oh shit. Can we highlight? No, we can't. True sight, huh? Oh wait, I got a plan. Damn, I thought it was maybe Morse code or something, and you could right click to have the paperclip guy say it for you. Anyway, digital parasites. Choose a card to see life through the eyes of one of these digital parasites as they encounter true tranquility. The rock star. The furniture salesman. Why is he a wizard in a wheelchair? The lonely shaman. The biker. Dude, the biker's so sick. Your beloved wife passed away only weeks ago, but the memories of your years together are already fading fast. You're not young anymore. You said you sold your motorcycle because you can't see well to ride it. You no longer desire to leave a mark on things, and you know you couldn't if you tried. All you desire now is rest. You've never been fond of computers, and learning to use the internet has been a hellish ordeal, but it's worth it. The new email notification appears. It's from your daughter. It contains a link to a website with the only accompanying text reading, "Wow, this is space. So relaxing. An odd choice for your daughter, who normally communicates via thick, wordy, grammatically pristine paragraphs. You're still new to this whole internet thing, so you don't think much of it, and you click the link. Would you like to experience... Oh, we got a smaller browser. I accept the true tranquility terms or note that let's read the terms. We read the terms. Access to true tranquility is restricted unless visitors understand and agree to all terms of this agreement and acknowledge full acceptance of this agreement by clicking the private island. Okay. Fully enhance the state of being and the usefulness of their okay. Waiver of liability. Have read the agreement and waive Lifebringer productions of any of their business and or building owners, employees, agents, affiliates whatsoever. Indemnity. No visitor may enter unless they fully agree to all of this. Okay. If I could read, that would suck. I wanted to click the fake buttons. No. I accept. Oh, installing the virus. Oh, fuck. Oh my god. Before you're able to take another breath, tendrils emerge from your monitor. Everything turns black. At long last, you have found what you are looking for. Dude, thanks, Tiff. I don't think this is the place that we're going to find the, any harassment. Alright, here's the Hampter. $22. I got more than that. But I don't want it. Virtual pet tips. Counselor Ronnie. Grayson's page. Dude, Grayson. Dude, imagine a kid being named Grayson. Like, they're just going to be a hellion. There's no other choice. This is probably fake, but just in case, yeah. Jennifer Mitchell. Nerdy Chic. My boyfriend is Corey Paul. Met at a movie theater after he spilled his popcorn like a goofball. What do you call it when a trumpet player bets he can do a higher note than Corey but can't? A trumpet player. What do you call a pizza with 7 slices with pineapple? A prime apple pizza. Oh, the official Zane sucks badge. That's harassment. Stop harassing Zane. When will Jennifer's reign of terror be over? Rebby Ruths. It's me. I like praise. Praise Peak Worship Co. Gotta praise him right. Has anyone heard rumors about Squisher Z being satanic? I hope not, because it's my favorite game. I'd be so bored without it. My hobbies are Hypnospace, drawing, and Squisher Z. Praise band. I love praise. Randy's Dino World. He's 8. Dinos rule. Dude. This is the fastest dinosaur in the whole world. It's Pizza Dansaurus. Right, what's the T-Rex? We can't click on any. Okay. He's a good kid. Wisher Z Quest, which probably doesn't have anything. Whoa. Pizza Boogie.
Downloading Squishers 08.
Okay, so if you click on it, oh, we downloaded a virus. Oh no.
You've got Hypno Mail.
You've got mail. You downloaded a virus. I didn't try to. Help. It didn't show me the link address. Alright, Counselor Ronnie.
Counselor Ronnie reporting for duty. For duty. Duty. Drugs make you pretty lame. Duty. Duty.
Drugs are lame.
Counselor Ronnie reporting for duty. For duty. Duty. Drugs are bad. You can't take them.
Drugs are bad. You can't take them.
Don't insert a bean. If you're a cool teen. Don't insert a bean.
These are suppositories then? Butt beans? Talk to your kids.
By the way, if you're not a shonker, nice one, man. Yeah. Stay safe out there.
Ask Ronnie.
Counselor Ronnie reporting for duty. For duty. Duty. Drugs make you pretty lame. Duty. Duty.
I want to learn. Did you know helium balloons are not affected by gravity because helium atoms are too small and slippery for gravity to hold on? Damn, I didn't know that.
Ronnie reporting for duty. For duty. Duty. Drugs are bad. You can't take them.
Learn your birthstone.
If you're a cool teen, don't insert a bean.
Don't insert a bean. My name is Ashley, and I'm in the 3rd grade. I found these planets on Hypnospace. These planets are made up. They are not real ones in outer space. I like them because they are fun to imagine about. True, dude. Ashley, you're going places. Rebecca the planet. I named this planet Rebecca. Rebecca's my sister. The plenty has all kinds of shapes on it, and my sister is good at drawing. I love Rebecca. Josh the planet. This planet gets mad all the time for no good reason. That is why I call it the Josh planet. Just like Josh, red is his favorite color. Jesus the planet. This planet is pretty like God. That is why I call it Jesus the planet. Moon the planet. This is the moon planet. It is different than the normal moon. It has waterfalls on it and a secret rainforest on the inside of it. Me and my friends were digging here, and that is when we discovered the rainforests with monkeys. Moon 2 the planet. This is the moon planet 2. It is not like normal moon. It is full of water like a water balloon. Do not poke. Dude, bless up Ashley. She's going places. She's going spinny places. Beyond Twilight. Are we asleep or awake? Digital Parasite Reborn. About Tiaf. Amazing Scaries. Just that, huh? Okay. I was hoping she would link to Zane's secret page. The Zane Rocks secret page. Big Z Studio Comics, not your daddy's comics. Read it now. Oh shit. Get up and go to school. Dude, why do you sound like my mom? Oh. I must kill Zane before he taps into his secret power. Those dreams you had, they're real. The demons, the green energy, your secret powers, and double pistols? We need your help, Zane. Oh shit. Slayer X. Hey, HeyWoah, did I tell you you could scroll down all the way? No, you didn't, but I did. I went all the way down here. How do you know my name? I'm supposed to be invisible. He's reading my packets. Kill him. There's no law being broken. He's hacking my mind. And then Monarch is the video game console thing. And creativity, Tomorrow Speaks. Warlock, Zane. And then him, the Shat Man. Can I minimize this real quick? Welcome to Squisher Z Quest. Oh, dude, it's an Og Vorbis. Let's go, dude. Og Vorbis format. I don't know that is that used much anymore. Yeah, it's good for subtitles. I need to find 4 more. Hell yeah. And I found 5 additional plus these 3. I think we can case close this one.
Wow, HeyWoah, great job removing that content infringement.
Hell yeah. Teentopia. I found none of them. I got extra ones, but I found none of them. This thing can get killed. Alright, Kid World. Oh, those are stamped pages. Okay, got it. I'm learning. Alright, I have to find Zane's secret page somehow. Can I just type stuff in up here? No. That means I have to follow a link somehow. Dude, it's already 4 o'clock. Alright. Already 4 hours? What do you guys think about this game? Chat, give me your opinion. This is sort of a lot of clicking around, right? But like the humor is actually pretty good. And it's sort of wacky. I'm interested in where the plot is going to take us, but surely the plot takes us places after the first few, right? I think it's like a decent game. You like watching it? I might play it next time. You don't know what you're looking at. It's supposed to mimic an ancient browser, and we're looking for harassment in a very 1984 dystopia sort of Facebook meta, except in 1995 kind of world. Yeah, it is Alien. Very GeoCities, very Angel Fire look to it. Fun to watch? Good, okay. I was concerned because it's a lot of just me clicking around and I don't know where anything is, so like that kind of sucks. But there's so much like fun little flavor and just funny little callbacks and stuff. I think it's pretty cool so far. I might play it next time. And by next time I mean tomorrow. You'd watch more? Alright. I mean, it's kind of wacky. Like it's a silly little humor game so far. That's fun. So tomorrow, if we'll do part 2 of Conquest and maybe more Hypnospace clickers. Anyway, TY for watching. Appreciate it. I gotta get some big dinner. Probably see you guys. I think I'll just stream tomorrow, maybe. It could be. Anyway, TY for showing up. See you guys tomorrow.